Okay, I'm making this cover note after finishing this huge long recording or series of recordings that I'm going to glue together. So I just want to warn people that, or not warn people, but I just want to state that this recording is not necessarily directly about responding to the video. It's more of an exploration of my own thoughts, and in some sense, it's sort of riffing off of um, the topics which Evan brings up and the questions that were put to Evan, which were so interesting and such rich springboards for me to explore my own thinking, that I do try to kind of wade in on some of the thematic issues, and in some sense I might be jumping the gun in some sense that I'm already kind of anticipating what Evan might say in his next recording, and I'm kind of sort of projecting onto that and exploring the topic myself. So I'm uh, wary of that, because I mean, essentially, this is a whole long string of my own opinion um, on the moral matters around these kinds of things, and me trying to disentangle them slightly and such, and just wade into them. Anyway, I think it might be interesting for Evan to take a look at, but I say at the end of the recording that I won't try to force it on him or be prescriptive, but I think that it might have something. I mean, already it might anticipate too much what he already plans to do. But I do get into some points of interesting contention, perhaps, around answering the questions which Evan doesn't know the answer to, or wouldn't want to essentially that he would perhaps only have different schools of conjecture about. And I think I do have an interesting opinion on some of those issues. So I do wade in on some of those questions. Um, but again, I have a breakthrough in some of my thinking of my own theory within this recording itself, and so it's more of a creative response, not directed at the initial presentation so much as just an exploration of my own thinking. And so I'm very grateful for that opportunity, because I even say at the end conclusively that that how Evan puts this together really gives me an amazing point of contact with a kind of pluralistic general model that allows me to more easily sort of see it is what I was doing, and it's almost through that lens also I think I was even able to, in this recording, refine some of my own model as well, um, or at least I'm left with a mystery at the end, perhaps, of how to integrate essentially a slightly more refined model of self-actualization. But anyway, the problem space that I kind of wade around, I think, is very interesting, because it's perhaps, um, I mean, it's probably messy in terms of how I've been explaining it, and how I go into it, because perhaps need more knowledge about my model of psychology, but I think it might still be palpable and tangible enough for people to follow. Anyway, it might be interesting. It might be metaphorically interesting. Hopefully it's relatable, at least in that way. Um, but obviously, I don't build up the requisite explanation, because I'm really referencing models which have taken me hours and hours and hours to kind of talk about in other recordings. But hopefully, with sort of the reference point of Kegan stages and things like that, I get into enough of an explanation of those models that it's hopefully useful. Okay, so I'm going to jump right in. I should perhaps have made better notes. Oh, I'm not even looking at my notes. I watched Evan's second Stoa video last night, and it's got so much useful information in it that I want to dig into and comment on. And the questions as well were so amazing. Uh, so yeah, let me think where to start. So I guess I just want to jump into the deep end maybe, and I'm not going to be able to formulate this in a very neat way, so I'll need a lot of sort of intellectual charity to perhaps to animate what I'm saying, because I guess I could be more precise, sadly, but hopefully this will suffice. Where do I see issues? Yeah, so I do think that the models, in terms of how they have been tentatively kind of explored and things like that, are actually very close to the underlying structures, because my work in psychology and modeling the personality and modeling what's going on, I think does actually conform quite nicely with Kegan stages and things like that. But again, I only receive this secondhand, um, and I almost don't even want to go into David Chapman's work or Kegan's work or whatever, because my work is Uh, I mean, maybe I would be able to find things that I could repurpose and import from that or something like that. So maybe I shouldn't be so reticent, because it might at least allow me to at least communicate my own work more broadly, or at least advertise it and connect it to already existing knowledge or whatever. But uh, I also quite like my own organic process in some sense. Sadly, I know my own personality much more than anyone else, but in some sense, to the degree with which I can work with my own personality, in principle, I can do that with anybody else's. But then also to fully understand the nature of how other people, because already I've got at least a very good roadmap for knowing why people have the different kinds of gifts that they have, why they have a different kind of freedom and latitude within their thinking and such. Um, anyway, so okay, that's just at least for what I'm about to get into. This kind of not really that relevant, but there was this amazing question. Let me just caveat. So in my recordings where I comment about Kegan stages, I think I've actually messed up in that I kind of shifted everything. I mean, I think even in one of my recordings, I quite embarrassingly said, "Oh, does it only go up to stage four? Is Kegan stage four like? Is that the meta systematicity?" But at least watching this presentation by Evan, it makes me sound like such an idiot. At least now my second-hand knowledge of the Kegan stages is somewhat re-established, so that's good. But I would just want to put that caveat there with my recordings when I go through these things, and I talk about essentially two things. I talk about what I would always talk about, the development from the subconscious into the unconscious, which I call it the narcissistic gateway filter, and the development from the unconscious to the ego, which I basically call that like the 3.5 gateway, which I call that the borderline um, gateway filter. And actually, I think I don't need to. Actually, I think that that wasn't such a mess up. I think that that kind of works. But then, yeah, so, and then when the 4.5 kind of nihilism or apathy or whatever, in some sense, I do think I've got a slight better description of that, is that it's more to do with a compartmentalization, and that compartmentalization is usually of the kind which is even a kind of meta problem, because I think that the 4.5 nihilism or apathy is actually comprised of a kind of that the two gateways that I just spoke about kind of have established a reflective surface, and between those two reflective surfaces, they are sort of shooting a beam of light or shooting a narrow tunnel of vision between those two mirrors, and between those two mirrors, those two gateway filters, you've got like an infinity tunnel, and because you've kind of got you've got your ego plugged into an infinity tunnel, you think you're the king of infinite space, but you're bound in a nutshell, kind of Shakespearean thing. So that's how I conceive of 4.5, and I do actually think that 4.5 is only transcended once you actually have your own particular bridge from 2 to 3 and from 3 to 4 properly hashed out. And so I do think, in some sense, that these things in some sense have to be revisited. And I'm so sorry that I can't, I'm so bad with names as well, but there was this person who asked this such an enlightened question, which was like, let's go back and talk about Kegan stage 3, I think. And he was like, if you're talking about Kegan stage 5 and Kegan's, he was kind of mixing up those two frameworks. And I think that the synthesis in that question is exactly kind of what I'm alluding to, or exactly what I've been talking about in sort of in my commentary on these things. So I'm just re-emphasizing this, and I'm just saying that I do think, in some sense, that that the bridges from 3 to 4 and from 2 to 3 are not, in some sense, tentative, um, with the exception of 2 to 3. I think 2 to 3. This is such a tricky sort of thing. Like I would say the hardest capstone of development is to go back and perfect the 2 to 3, because often what will happen, and I've described this in many of my recordings, that the subconscious will give some freedom to the unconscious, but it will be like the parent that is in the back of the car. So you lend the adolescent, the juvenile unconscious, the keys to the car, but then you kind of have got a kind of a surveillance system on the unconscious. And so as the subconscious keeps on surveilling the unconscious, you have this kind of um, covert narcissism. And then if the unconscious actually does continue to mature and grow up and even try to progress from 3 to 4, then you will kind of, the shadow of that will be imprinted in the borderline gateway. And then you have a very toxic, in some sense, I would actually archetypally, I would refer this to in the Christian scripture, where it says that the necessary condition to be a disciple of the only begotten Son, which is, I believe, the only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, is not a person that lived 2,000 years ago. The only begotten Son is your condition of your understanding, is the condition of your mind. It is your self-realized self. And so your true self-realized self is the only begotten Son, which takes responsibility for everything, 100% responsibility, 100% blame for the objects in your mind and your consciousness. You created them. You're bootstrapping yourself with 100% responsibility. That is the archetype of the only begotten Son. So when you do that, um, sorry, I just lost my thread now. If you do that, and from your subconscious, and the subconscious is basically just all your beliefs. So we all have beliefs. It's wonderful to have beliefs. 5-year-olds have beliefs, and they believe that all you have is beliefs, and they don't yet understand that beliefs are all useless. I mean, you have to use them to communicate in some sense, like language is made up of, in some sense, conventions and labels themselves, like all words themselves, wordings, in some sense, have a kind of stream of belief, have a kind of, let's say, objective context as their kind of substrate. And in some sense, beliefs require a kind of projection of an objective truth or reality in some sense. And so the part of this, I mean, this can probably be plugged into the virtualism that I mean, I didn't. I mean, when I was listening to it, it seemed completely coherent and consistent, and I just thought, oh, I should actually take this shell, and I should plug in all of my subconscious, unconscious, ego, superego, and these things together. That would be a very good kind of a model to impregnate all my terminology into, because that's something like, I mean, I seem to recognize that kind of formula as being somewhat viable. Is that, I mean, I mean, because I don't have a formalized phenomenological kind of system and schema, but I unconsciously do, because I can get into detail of it, and I end up kind of depicting that kind of mechanism. So I mean, I recognized that when I was listening to it, even though I didn't kind of follow, because obviously I have my own subcomponents that I place together in that pattern. I do agree with that pattern of how metaphysics kind of fit together. Now, in some sense, You see, like that as a vacuous model, as a kind of as a generic model, I don't think is actually good enough, because I do think you do have to do the work of 2 to 3 and 3 to 4, as it were. You have to get through these gateways of, I don't know, you would call them 2.5 and 3.5, to land up in stage 4 and then get from 4 to 5. And I don't think you can actually get from 4 to 5 unless you go back and clean up, essentially. Sorry, that was what I was in the middle of talking about. So what I was saying about my Christianity archetype or whatever is that if you're in stage 4 and you have this holdover of almost naive narcissism from not doing 2.5 the narcissism gateway, your narcissism gateway filter has a residue in it, that it hasn't been cleaned out or whatever. You haven't been properly brainwashed. You haven't been properly indoctrinated. Well enough. I was talking about the Christian indoctrination. So the Christian indoctrination in this, which is, I think, much the same as the things that Evan was talking about. Aphoria. I think hopefully I'm saying that word right, or the dukkha, I think, which was the Buddhist kind of thing. But in Christianity, I really like how explicit it is. It says a necessary condition to be worthy to be a disciple of Jesus Christ is that you must hate your mother and your father, your brother and your sister, and even your own life, as a necessary condition to come into the understanding of the only begotten Son. That to be worthy to be a disciple, that is not the same thing as being a disciple. You have to be able to have that kind of, because and let me explain that this is how narcissism is overcome, is that if you via negativa, if you hate everything as much as you can but not more than what you can, then you will have to create a kind of wisdom about your own beliefs. You will have to create the understanding that each belief will have a contextual limit attached to it, which in some sense gives you the idea that the via positiva of Kegan stage 3, of the unconscious, which is in something like, which can only be governed by principles. Stage 3 is such, the unconscious side of the mind is problematic because, in the same way that Jordan Peterson talks about it, the world has been around much longer than you, and there's nothing new under the sun, and you're part of, you are in some metaphorical sense part of actualizing, or part of participating in a whole lot of roles and social constructs that have already been around for longer than you. And so, like, in some sense you're getting with the program, but then you also can't tell where you begin and the program ends, and like what is you and what is the program, and are you just part of this tumultuous sea that you are just fundamentally plugged into and assimilated from. So it's kind of exactly like the Matrix sort of motif in the unconscious, which is why it's called the unconscious, but in some sense it's because all of your emotions are the same, at least in principle, or at least potentially. Other people have the same emotional capacity that you do, but you're also a unique, distinct entity in amongst these things. So the problem of individuality, in some sense, in the unconsciousness. Now the problem of individuality is only kind of solved by the ego, by Kegan stage 4, essentially, by some kind of system. But if you just go into the system way of things, if you don't have that, if you haven't sort of tamed your naive narcissism, or your holdover of the residue in your, let's say, filthy or dirty or scummed up narcissism gateway filter between 2 and 3, then you're going to end up sort of having a frozen, fudged, hard-baked, half-fudged borderline gateway from your 3.5 borderline gateway filter from the unconscious to the ego into stage 4. So how you get from stage 3 to stage 4 is going to have a kind of reflection. It's going to have an inverse kind of, it's going to be imprinted with a kind of, in some sense, you're not going to even realize it yourself, because it's not going to be dirty, but it's going to, let's say, be a kind of codependent corresponding. It's going to be excessive. It's going to be misshapen because it's going to be made to conform with the residue that was let into stage 3, because there's extra stuff floating around in stage 3. And then when you naturalized stage 3 with stage 4, your borderline gateway filter is not a perfect circle, to use a metaphor. Or actually, the better metaphor might be that the circle of stage 4 needs a correct square, that in some sense the gateway filter on the unconscious side, on the Kegan stage 3 side, must be a square, is always a square, and but it has to line up with the seal on the Kegan stage 4 side, which is a circle, and that circle and that square have to have the same, the circumference of the circle has to be the same as the perimeter of the square. Those have to line up, but they're different geometries. And in some sense, the square is going to not be is going to not be on the square in relation to the circle. Okay, this is a geometric metaphor. Anyway, blah blah blah. But you kind of get the kind of the point there is and in some sense, I don't know in the metaphor if you want to say that the square is lopsided, or the square is actually a broken square, that it actually it's not just one of the sides is skew, or there's a kind of rhomboid or something like that. Maybe that's the better way of saying how it's been messed up, is that it's not even squarely itself, or maybe its proportions are just out of line with the circle. And so, when you've got a kind of a smaller square and a bigger circle, then you've kind of got this gap there. You've got this negative um, conduit, in that you can let in you are facilitating some, but then you are overcompensating on the ego side. Your ego is in some sense being underfed by its unconscious linkage. It's being underfed by its unconscious. So there's a disunity here. Now, I will just say to myself, or say about myself rather, that I don't consider myself to be like necessarily the pinnacle of human evolution. I mean, I do actually believe that I am enlightened, in the better sense of even the Eastern people that are enlightened, because I understand my own enlightenment. And so I do think that I'm capable of doing better than what the Eastern enlightened people do, because I don't think that they can actually have a proper community. I think almost case in point, and Osho has so many wonderful things that he says, and his philosophy is certainly great, and they can always come up with wonderful philosophy. But what they cannot do is, when they create a commune, when they create a society, when they try to create a social structure from their enlightened brain, it's a mess. I mean, it was predictably a mess. Even before they did it, they should have anticipated that it would have fallen apart and that it was stupid. But if the Osho commune is case in point in some sense, because I do agree that Osho, I think, is even better than a lot of the other guru people. I would take Osho over Sadhguru, actually, um, in terms of the cogency of the things that he says. But Sadhguru, I think, would not be as stupid to make a commune that Osho did. But Osho, in some sense, is more valiant in that sense, because he shows in his own experience the limits of his own lack of understanding of his own enlightenment. Um, so I would almost say that there's a forthrightness that Osho had, which Sadhguru, when he dillies and dallies in politics, a lot of Sadhguru, what he says on politics, I completely agree with. It's common sense, and then half of the time he will, in some sense, even give a nod and a wink to identity politics, which I think is wholly ethically d- despicable. But anyway, let me not hash out my problems with Sadhguru. But anyway, anyway. My point here is the issue of morality is in some sense what I'm trying to also slightly give a slight insinuated commentary upon, but say that where I am good is that I know what I am for. I know what my personality is capable of doing, and I know what it's not capable of doing. So in some sense, I have a particular skill set that has to do with the structure of my personality, and I know that I'm not the all. I'm not the everything. I'm in an incarnation, in an incarnated psyche, and maybe my knowledge is slightly incomplete because I don't have tacit experiential line up to know, well, other people have other capacities, and I have my capacity, and I don't know all the other tools in the toolkit or whatever. And to a large extent, it actually is very much, I believe, connected as well to your false ego complex. The false ego complex circuitry, that what I call metagram, I think that does become a golden circuit, like, to use some alchemical symbology, that you end up uh, gilding your own circuitry in gold in some sense, but relative to the unconscious, it's still the same as iron. You are just as irony as anyone else, and so you are just as easily discarded by the world and projected on by the world and thrown away or whatever. So although you might consider yourself to be gold, in some sense, it can perhaps be a form of vanity if you haven't established that in trust and communion with other people, because in some sense the only way to actually validate the gold of other people is to join them in a single faith, having a single quality of mind, or something like that, which is what I say I have capability to do, and what the people in the East are not capable of doing, because they do not understand their own enlightenment, and I do understand my enlightenment. So I do put myself better than them, but you can also perhaps say that I don't have the fruits of that to prove, that claim. But anyway, I'll still say that about myself, in contradistinction. But my point here is that I think that when we misalign stage 3 and stage 4, it's ironically you become a friend of the world. You become a friend of all those iron circuits in the world. And you do that by giving up your own gold. And in some sense, you become a joker. What am I trying to say? Um, you know, sorry, I can't think of the motif that means that, like, you can play many roles. You can substitute for many things, because you have a generalist kind of overreach in your ego, and so you are giving an automatic sympathy to a lot of things. Now, there might be some personality styles which intrinsically do this, that they have. I mean, I've even explicitly spoken about how, in some sense, as far as I can see, there are four metatypes that, and I've described this, extend past the ends of the earth. They have gone over the four edges of the earth, and they have wrapped back around. Because when you go over, the edge of the map, you are on the other side. Uh, uh, so when you've gone over the four corners of the earth, you're still on earth, but you've ended up. So this is meant to be a metaphor of over projection, or of projecting. So you've got a frozen model of it, and then you've gone over the edge, and then you're kind of projecting onto something. Now, in some sense, I think that there might be a value to that. I mean, weirdly so, maybe within a kind of, I don't know, there might be a golden circuit that kind of does that natively, or in some sense, everyone has the capacity perhaps to do that as well. So I know I'm kind of babbling now, but I do think that I do have a feeling, though, that it is fundamentally wrong, because when you go off one of the four corners of the earth, you end up having to kind of, you're free. Yeah, I mean, again, I mean, this is just another way of explaining the kind of the misaligned 3.5 filter. But it is interesting, because you can kind of, it means that you're overcharged. I think it means that your ego is overcharged, and in some sense you are taking responsibility. I mean, this is a lot of my videos that talk about the fundamental trade-off between sustainability and sympathy. That, I mean, and this is to a large, in some sense, it always justifies itself in a weird kind of moralism, where it says, well, we just have a moral panic, we just have a moral emergency, so let's put a fire underneath our feet so that we dance to the emergency, So it's this weird kind of oxymoronical play dramatization, and that's like it's a good ordering principle or something like that. And in some sense, I do think Mark Passio even probably disabuses people of this, where he says the followers of order are all fundamentally corrupt. And I do think, I haven't looked at his work in a very long time, but I think he probably has sort of the answer to that. But for example, just to understand that, you know, I mean, again, like I guess I just keep on referring it to my 3.5, because I think that my 3.5 filter is is almost the wealth that people have. When people have 3.5 filters that are dead to earth, hashed out, and dead to earth, through that they're systems of principle, of the most important things, of the first things, that are more important than your bodily integrity, that are more important than your life, that are worth dying for, that these are the things in which you can build a new, better society. But I guess I was going to go into the legal system again, but just to understand that we don't live in a democracy. We live in a republic that has a democracy. Anyway, and if we kind of, turn these things around badly, then we end up with a very kind of, the rule of man or something like that. Anyway, I'm not, you see, now I'm just kind of, so in some sense, that's, you do get pigeonholed to your 3.5 filter. You do get pigeonholed, I believe. At least as your authentic self. And so it is very, I think, important to kind of expand your 3.5 filter to the extent, and to a large extent, that's only the work of integration, but to the extent to which that it's mal-sized, that it's misinformed or something like that, the misinformation that it has is kind of like the shadow cast from the 2.5 dirty narcissism. So in some sense also, how you eventually get the golden circuit is that you've got the 2.5 narcissism gateway filter is clean, and the borderline filter is properly sized. And then between those two things, you've got a golden unconscious. And then your golden unconscious is like the golden compass, maybe, or something like that. So, you still have to live your life after you have a golden compass. And, I quite like that this His Dark Materials, which is, this latest TV show, is really quite edifying for myself. I must say, I really like how the 13 circles are displayed, the 13 metagram, or my symbol for metagram and metatype, are being made famous through that latest television series. And I really like how integrated the philosophy and it's a wonderful play on a lot of my latest work. So I much like that. Anyway, no, to a large extent, I think it also has a lot of, to put it in a completely different sort of container, a lot of the themes in Cloud Atlas as well, which gets to this level of meta systematicity and principles and things like that by use of how, there's such different stories that are even, you don't even know how they're connected through time and space, but they seem to be relative to the same universe. They seem to have happened in the same timeline, but quite distant from one another. but also intrinsically connected, as like an echo. Paul van der Clay said something quite recently that, we in an interview with someone, which I just thought was so interesting and useful, that we also don't know, like when we say these things have been happening over thousands of years, we don't know how many thousands of years, how many more and how many less thousands of years we mean, and that just how condensed all of these dramas are within the current, within the recent modern history. That we don't need to, in some sense, when we're looking at the macro scale of history, it's something of just a kind of a projection of a way to contact our recent history. That there are these windows in which history seems to be incredibly condensed, but also, incredibly the same pattern over a very long period of time being agglomerated into a kind of, anyway, now I really am rambling, but yeah, I do think that my model of Kegan stage 5, which I've kind of gone into in my therapy recordings, uh, although that would be hard perhaps for some people to contact because I'm kind of using a symbology and I'm using a theory, um, that is perhaps unfamiliar and novel, and also I don't have visual aids. I'm just kind of narrating this kind of thing, and perhaps it's too much to wade through to all the structures. Um, anyway, I need to do some better work at refining the presentation of my models. Let me just think if there's anything novel that I should add to this recording. I really am babbling quite badly, but I guess I've just kind of repeated myself about forms of arrested development, essentially. Maybe I should sit on this until I see the next recording from Evan. Um, because I do think that all of these things actually end up becoming the bugs in the machine. When you just try, I mean, I guess maybe I was riffing, maybe this is this is, but this is what I'm afraid of when people just kind of want to get to the solution, and they just want to get to the solution, and they haven't, let's say, done. I do think that you need to harmonize and homogenize people's 3.5 bridges. I don't think that they are tentative just to get you close enough to stage 4, and then you can kind of create a Kegan stage 5 culture. I don't think it works like that. I think that you actually have to band together the stage 3.5 bridges are actually things that have to come into alignment and agreement with one another. And if you do not do that work, you end up creating a very kind of fractious anarchism, essentially. That is, that you get the problem of mimetic tribes. In some sense, you try to you're trying to create a raft by banding together things that are misshapenly incongruent with one another, and you think, oh well, as long as they're all buoyant enough, it doesn't matter the surface of the raft, it's just going to be a bit uneven or something like that. It'll be good enough for meta fluidity. We'll just make a kind of a reed, like they're all the same, they're all just reeds or something like that. Instead of saying, no, actually one of them is a thicker reed, is a stronger reed, and that needs to be the middle one, and one needs to be a mast, and one needs to catch the wind. So, the idea is that a raft is good enough, and then you're not actually building a real ship, you're not building a real vessel. So that would be the metaphor there, and I think that that is only surmounted by essentially knowing that you do need to get these 3.5 bridges kind of into alignment, and there's also going to be a residual holdover of 2.5. And this is the problem. So let's just say you know that you want to build a more sophisticated raft or a more sophisticated vessel, and then you actually end up saying, well, actually, your 3.5 is not like the rest of ours. We play nicely with each other. We are good little children, and we like each other, and we're all friends, but we're not friends with you because you've obviously got like a holdover from 2.5. And in some sense, then you've just ostracized the one person. You've just ejected the one person because he actually has the key to knowing that you have all got dirty 2.5 filters. You've got a holdover of naive narcissism, and his narcissism is golden. His narcissism is benign, and yours is not. But you haven't done the work of hashing it out because you don't actually want to come into a single language. You don't want to come into a single faith. You don't want to actually hash it out on the level of the 3.5 sort of a bridge building in some sense. And so, because you're so focused on the supposed 4 to 5 bridge building. Now, in some sense, like I do think that on a psychological level, I could probably perhaps do something like a Carl Jung. If I knew someone's metatype and their metagram, if I had somewhat ascertained that within my theory, I think on a one-on-one basis, I could probably, with the general with the general skills that I have and the general knowledge that I have on psychology, which a lot of those tools do come from Scientology as well, I think that essentially I could field audit someone with my models up to a very high level, and essentially resolve all these things. But it would require essentially some indoctrination in terms of at least being compatible with my 3.5, which then would be used essentially to basically something like the aphoria, but the aphoria of having an even judgment and such, and then having a look at that dirty 2.5 narcissism or whatever, because then you would have an internal stabilization between the 2.5 and the 3.5, and then you've got a stable stage 4. And then once you've got a stable stage 4, I shouldn't actually, I don't, because you see, you need to be stable enough. It is true that you only need to be stable enough to get from 4 to 5, because once you get from 4 to 5, you will literally, I shouldn't say that, but this is perhaps confusing, but essentially all the dirt in the 2.5 filter will torture you in stage 4 to 5. And so you do want to be stable enough, and to have, you need to know how to stabilize between 2.5 and 3.5. You need to know the formula of the golden unconscious, because if you don't know the formula of the golden unconscious, and many people I think have tried to substitute the actually knowing how to stabilize a golden unconscious with community, with sociological harmony, and I do think that that actually does not work, because then you do not understand your own, you don't understand your own enlightenment. So in principle you have to be able to be capable of understanding your own enlightenment, so that when you go from Kegan stage 4 to stage 5, and I can also guide that process. I believe I can guide that process very much. But the thing is that you will hurt yourself. You will hurt yourself because there will be junk in what I could only is essentially call Kegan stage 2. Your subconscious has toxic beliefs in it. Most people have left behind most of those toxic beliefs, but they've left some of it over because there will always be some dirt, essentially. But in principle, you have to know how to how to cleanse that dirt, and how to get gold from the baser dirt or whatever. And so if you know how to you have to know in principle how to stabilize 2.5 and 3.5. So then when you go from 4 to 5, what happens is you actually sit with your own toxicity from your Kegan stage 2. All the toxicity in your subconscious will kind of come out of this woodwork. It'll come out of the shadows. because you're going to start to actively control your Kegan stage 2. I do actually believe that essentially what Kegan stage 5 is, and this is a bit strange to talk about, but the actual work of Kegan stage 5 is when Kegan stage 4 is reaching up above itself into Kegan stage 1 in order for Kegan stage 1, which is the superego, um, which I'm not going to explain what the superego is in this recording. I've done it in other recordings. But then the superego is going to fix Kegan stage 4. Kegan stage 2. The superego, which is Kegan stage 1, is going to fix the fundamental toxicity of Kegan stage 2, because Kegan stage 2 is fucked. There is no getting around it. Your belief structures are all based in, essentially, they're not based on lies, but that's not a bad way of saying that they're based on lies, because they're based on half truths is a better way of is the more technically correct way of putting it. Because the Kegan stage 1, the superego, is nebulous by its nature. You wouldn't have developed a false ego complex, which I do believe is necessary. You can't exist without a false ego complex in level in the I should I have to be a little bit careful here, because in some sense I am talking about things that I believe I did not have a metagram until the age of 7 in some sense, and I only started developing a metagram between the ages of 4 and 7, but I did have a metatype. So having a metatype, I don't actually know if I had an active superego. I think I was dancing with my superego until the age of 4. So I was naively avoiding my superego and naively kind of having I had a kind of naive subconscious and unconscious, but I couldn't develop an ego. I don't think it would have been possible for me to develop an ego. So in some sense, I was a kind of prefabricated metatype, and I couldn't even reach Kegan stage 5. So in some sense, it's hard for me to say. So I mean, I don't even know the damage or the brilliance that was maybe crafted into my brain living for 4 years without even the development of a false ego complex, because I don't know if I can call that a false ego complex or not, because the super ego was not active, but it was potentially active. I mean, I remember when I was 4 years old, when I was talking to the false prophet, essentially, so that I could start the knowledge of good and evil within my own. In some sense, the false prophet is something. I mean, this is somewhat symbolic language, but essentially, the superego is a floating parent function, to use MBTI type jargon. I see. This is going to be Greek to most people that are listening to this from the Stoa. But I mean, another way of saying it in how James talks about the false ego complex in Scripture, it would be the enticed lust, when the lust is enticed. So the superego is a lust that is enticed, but it doesn't even have a lust. Its lust is nebulous. So it can kind of post hoc, it's like a floating deserved action in it's a floating sarcasm. It's a floating sarcastic. It is going to provide to the subconscious what the subconscious deserves in a sarcastic way. So it's kind of like the chess playing demon. The super ego is the chess playing demon, and the subconscious is like your body plugged into the matrix, being used as a battery for the chess playing demon. The matrix is a very useful metaphor for the Kegan stages, and also I often use it when I'm talking about psychology. But I've kind of gone off the deep end here, because I'm probably speaking at a certain level and at a certain speed, which is just not possible to kind of track. So perhaps let me just stop talking about this, although for people that are already familiar with my other recordings, it might be easier to follow. But essentially, the problem with the superego is that it doesn't have a dominant function, it doesn't have a child function, and in some sense, let me just tell you here that it must actually never have a child function. If it has a child function, it's going to be problematic. It's going to validate the toxicity in the subconscious. So the subconscious needs to come back into the fold. The subconscious was generally who you were from the ages of 2 to the ages of 8, maybe. Your subconscious is very much on display especially I would say between the ages of 1 and the ages of 6, perhaps. That's in general when people are they are their subconscious masters. I mean, this is why it's very interesting, the English title system. When I say sorry, what are they called? That when you're an adult you're called a mister, and when you're a minor, when you've reached the age of majority, you become a mister. And when you are or at least if you're male, and if you are a minor, you're not called a mister, you're called a master. So the subconscious is a natural master. And so it is prone to a naive narcissism because it believes that the truth is a belief or a set of beliefs. And this is essentially because it grows under the tutelage, under the pedagogy of the superego floating parent function. So you've got a floating parent function, which is in some sense in the Christian scriptures the God of the world, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or the tree of the knowledge of the fruit of good and evil, and it is giving that fruit to the subconscious, which is in some sense the death and the lust of the subconscious, which is the death and the child function of the subconscious. So the knowledge of good is your motivation, but in some sense also it's a conflated thing. So you as a subconscious have to delineate your death and your lust, but it's given to you wholesale by the superego. So the superego is kind of like the negative of your entire false ego complex, in the same way that a negative photograph, a film, that a film strip is a negative. You have to shine a light through it. You have to shine some kind of attention of your own workings of your own mind to create a positive impression, a positive image of the negative. So the negative is just is in some sense a kind of is a floating sort of thing, but you have to have your own chemicals, you have to have your own light source to shine a light through the negative in order to animate a positive developed picture. And the size of that positive developed picture and the resolution of that positive developed picture is on the quality of the chemicals and the quality of the light and the precision of the process. And so you are in the process of developing your beliefs. And in the process of developing your beliefs into a more crystallized form, you eventually realize that your beliefs themselves are toxic. And that is why your own subconscious parent function will sacrifice the subconscious. It will say the subconscious is doomed. It's like the death of Abel in the Cain and Abel story. And it will say, we need something new. We need that Abel must be killed, because essentially the dominant function in the subconscious will kill the parent function in the subconscious, and then the parent function will say, I'm useless. So and I've been killed by the dominant function. My own dominant function has risen up and killed me out of something, out of displeasure, and now I will have to be surpassed, or now to replace me, we will have Seth, will be born in the image of the death of the subconscious to continue a new side of the mind. Now, it's not as neat and easy as that. Because in some sense, a lot of the times, Abel is not killed by Cain. The parent function is not completely made redundant. And so there's a kind of, in some sense, Abel is not killed by Cain, but let's just say he gets struck to the ground and Cain wishes to kill him. And so Abel says, okay, let me pretend that I died, and I'll just go around calling myself Seth. So I'll just change my name. That maybe Cain didn't kill Abel in the flesh. He killed him with an argument. He went up to him and he slew his brother by destroying his spirit and in some sense bringing his spirit down to nothing, so that he had to be reborn in spirit, and he had to take on a new name in the image of his father, in the image of Adam. And so Abel has this kind of, maybe he didn't fully get slain. He says, okay, well, my spirit was slain, but maybe it's not fully slain. Maybe he's got a kind of split personality. So he's still Abel before being slain by Cain, and then he's also sometimes considering himself Seth. Or this is a bit of a stupid a metaphor in some sense, because in the way that it's not, maybe it's not a stupid metaphor, but it's confusing, because essentially the inferior function, which is proceeding after the parent function, is what I would essentially call Seth. So, and the inferior function is fundamentally, so in some sense, imagine if Abel was still alive, but in some sense he could see his younger brother, Seth. So Seth was born after Abel, but Abel's supposed to be dead. But imagine that they're both alive still. So Seth is only supposed to be born to replace Abel. So the existence of Seth is in some sense tacitly, implicitly insinuates the invalidation of the life of Abel, because Seth was only born to replace Abel. So if they're both living at the same time, there's a potential for a split valence in some sense. So in some sense, a lot of people have a holdover from their subconscious that they've created. Okay, let me just say as well that, like, what Seth actually does is, like, Seth also has two lives. He has a life to kind of ward off Abel. So in some sense, like, he's there to kind of be the replacement of Abel. So he's kind of like the boundary between the subconscious and something potentially new. But Abel can still see him. Like, Abel's still alive in the past, in some sense seeing the vision of the future, which is that he's going to be replaced by Seth. So that's like the boundary fence between the subconscious. And so the parent function of the subconscious, to the extent to which that the subconscious is still stuck in a time and place within your psychodevelopment or whatever, can almost create a kind of a bulwark of an arrested development. That you have this lingering Abel that can see that you have already developed a Seth and already developed an unconscious side of the mind. And it has to know how to relate to that. And it can develop some further device, some further mechanism to create a bubble, an old bubble of history in which Cain and Abel are still alive. This is a bit of a, I'm using this kind of mythology to try to understand the structure of the mind. And so you've kind of got two things happening at the same time. You've got Abel and Seth happening at the same time, at the boundary between the subconscious and the unconscious. And so Seth wants to go and live in the unconscious. He wants to go live in the world in which he's left Cain and Abel behind in some sense. Although, because he doesn't know how to deal with that. And he says that Seth was born in the image of Adam, in the image of the death of the subconscious, if Adam is to be taken in this analogy, in this metaphor, that Adam is the death, Eve is the lust. So Adam is the death, Eve is the child function. Cain is the vanity, is drawn away by the lust. Abel is the enticed lust, and Seth is the trial. And the trial and the sin, if the subconscious sins, then it hasn't delivered on the child function. Sin is the unexecuted will, is in some sense the sin is the idea that the child function is insoluble. The child function is intractable, or it's just not going to happen. And so when Seth essentially understands, in conjunction with the sin, that the subconscious is a failed project, he has to go off on his own. He has to go and lead on to some other generation of man, some other further project or whatever. So Seth becomes a kind of, he moves away from his whole family unit, and he starts something new. He starts a new position, and in some sense, he's born in the image of Adam. He's born as a first one. He's born as a new first man. In the image of Adam was the first man created. So Seth is also takes himself to be a new first man created. That is the idea that Seth is the death of the unconscious. So death here doesn't mean death means condition. It means limit. It means structure. It means hard structure. It means it's built on a boundary. It's built on a limit. The limit is the environmental truth of the fact of the. In some sense, it's an arbitrary objective truth. All deaths are arbitrary objective truths that are that essentially invalidate the free use of a cognitive function. So it puts in a hard structure on the use of a cognitive function. So in some sense, it's a rule. In some sense, it's an objective rule, and the truth is that there's no such thing as an objective rule. They all come from the floating parent function of the superego. So metaphysically, we are all adopted by the god of the world, the god of lies, the god of seduction, to believe that there is such a thing as death, that death is that there is such a thing as a will which is imprinted on by the world, that the world actually has a purchase on the will and the execution of the will, therefore as a secondary knock-on effect. And so in some sense it is the idea that we cannot create, that we cannot evaluate, that we cannot self-determine, that we cannot by our own liberty, that we can have a character. We can only have a character through the conditioning of ourselves by some yoke or something like that. Now there is one thing that breaks this mold, which is that faith is the one thing that in some sense is a form of limit in practice, that we do have to have in some sense one faith, otherwise we do have to cast death on each other, that we do have to say, well, then you're dead to my truth. You're dead to the truth of my liberty is dead, and that is in some sense the bootstrap of values. That you have to bootstrap your values, because if you don't bootstrap your values, then you're essentially an amorphous, nihilistic, pantheist, perennialist, solipsist, or something like that. You're some set of that. You're some set of a kind of and this is essentially only overcome by a certain combination of knowing that in belief, the path to enlightenment is via negativa, but in principle there is a via positiva, in some sense, in terms of knowing how to contextualize the use of via negativa, which is in some sense a justified understanding. The word justified being appended to the understanding. That it's not just all understandings are just as good as any other understanding and it's all arbitrary. No, there is such a thing as a justified understanding, which is in some sense the confirmation that we get from the in Platonic metaphysics from the third sign, from the third segment of the divided line. I must say I didn't follow exactly what Evan was saying about Platonic metaphysics and things like that. That the self is not real. Or something. I know that was all in connection with the virtualism, but in some sense I do think that the divided line and Platonic metaphysics does have the capacity to, in some sense, in a much more tangible way, let's say, get you into something that maybe Evan was making this point, and I didn't. I already said that I didn't follow it exactly. But that it's important to understand. Well, in some sense, I think this is to do with his general claim that it's to understand that the self is not real; it's virtual. I guess, according to the general sort of structure of how he extrapolated virtualism. So yeah, perhaps I would have to just look at his recipe and all those things, and then plug in, because in some sense I do believe that the subconscious is like the greater of the lesser, and the unconscious is like the lesser of the greater, and the ego is like the greater of the greater, and Kegan stage 4 is the greater of the greater, in some sense, reaching over back into the lesser of the lesser, which is the superego, which is the lesser of the lesser. The superego is like the lesser of the lesser. That actually sees objective-based reality. The opinion, the realm of the, the segment that corresponds in Greek to the notion of opinion. And so the superego actually has an objective opinion about things, which is very toxic as well in some sense, unless you share it with everyone else. So you have to be able to, in principle, share it with everyone else, which is why, in some sense, the New Jerusalem is made out of the dominant function in the superego, which can, in some sense, only be colonized from the greater of the greater. And in some sense, the actual material that is building that city is coming from the lesser of the greater, is coming from the principles, is coming from the unconscious, is coming from Kegan stage 3. So without Kegan stage 3, we don't actually have a way to construct the Kegan stage 5. But you see, and this I mean is a kind of perennial problem that I see it in some sense, because if people think that, well, if we can just care about 4 to 5, then we can all be free radical super saiyans or something like that, but we end up not being able to have, I don't think they even reach stage 5. They reach a kind of a self-labeled stage 5 that's really a kind of stage 4.5. That maybe they can say, well, our 4.5 is better than your 4.5, but in some sense it's just a kind of 4.5 cat fight or something like that. And in some sense they're trying to make a piecemeal peace treaty between the 4.5s. Anyway, I mean, there are other ways that I can kind of talk about this, but that in some sense it's not a 4.5 probably, in the sense that it doesn't see itself as nihilistic, but in some sense it projects nihilism on perhaps other things. Um, and in some sense, then it does actually have a nihilism, I would argue, but it's weird because it's the nihilism is that there is no true attainment of it. And I mean, that's weird because in meta systematicity, that is in some sense true, because it's always a pursuit, it's never a destination, but the destination is the pursuit, is the ongoing pursuit of it. But I tried to get into this when I was talking about, in some sense, in Kegan stage 3, we can only be relatively justified, but we have to be orientated in Kegan stage 4 to actually aiming at the objective justification, which is also why I do think that, and I mean, perhaps people say, well, I'm just a partisan, I'm just biased because I believe that my Kegan stage 3.5 is a is the door, or is the key, or something like that, is a master key, or something like that, and that just looks like dirty narcissism instead of benign narcissism. Um, so a kind of in some sense, you can't get at these things hypothetically. You can only get at them in terms of the actual exchange and the actual dialogue itself, in some sense. And a lot of people, I guess, they don't have the willpower, or they don't have the interest, or they don't have it doesn't feel positive for them, it doesn't feel kind for them, or something like that. um, and I mean, I think this idea, well, I'm putting you in a four-year, so therefore I'm taking the teaching role, or something like that. Why can't it just be iron sharpening iron? Why can't it actually be reproof, or something like that? Will let us rethink through the whole. I mean, in some sense, you see, when you say, well, let's rethink this through from a point at which we can both agree, and then recapitulate it, or reprove the whole sort of structure. If you did that, in some sense, you would only be able to do so under the common faith that there is actually a synthesis to be had here, that isn't just a tentative one, that isn't just an incremental thing, but that is at least conceivably possible of reaching some kind of absolute objective justification. that without the kind of the gauntlet of objective justification as the target, it's all just sort of endless vanity, and in some sense it's all arbitrary, which is, in my view, that's the kind of nihilism that I was talking about. And in some sense, you say, well, the process, where you're trying to say the process isn't nihilistic, but the end of it is a kind of fundamental nihilistic kind of, I do think that you can have both, and both can be sort of redeemed within a particular form of understanding. Um, and in some sense, I do think that that realm is somewhat morality. I do think morality is in some sense the in some sense that I think is what is objective in virtualism, or at least that's what I would, if I was playing with around with virtualism, that's what I would be trying to move toward. Uh, uh, Sorry, precipitating or condensing. Sorry, I can't think of the word that I was looking for there. But I would be trying to develop from it a very clear center of essentially of that a process of values and morality, that is essentially the substance through which metafluidity can be possible, because without agreement on morality and values in some sense, um, I, I think a wonderful paper on this is Vasti Ruurt's Living with Nihilism, which I believe is the perfection of Nietzschean philosophy, that she has properly synthesized Nietzschean philosophy, and perhaps also adding on a sprinkle of epistemological um, responsibilism from Catherine Elgin, and in her paper um, Moral Agency. I think that sort of if we take that as, I think that those two papers, Catherine Elgin's Moral Agency and the chapter in the book on Nietzsche and nihilism. I can't remember what the title of the book is, but her chapter is called Living with Nihilism. I have, actually, I don't know if this is legal, but I disseminate both papers. I've got them. Uh, um, I somewhat give myself the liberty to disseminate both because I believe that I was involved in the thinking behind both. But anyway, I might just be a crackpot. So anyway, I do think that that is something that you can actually have a common indoctrination in which you can have a golden circuitry between 2.5 and 3.5, um, and that I've kind of got a model of Platonic metaphysics of the divided line, where I kind of show these sorts of these resonances, where I show, um, yeah. So I mean, maybe I'll have that as the picture of this recording, although it'll probably be very confusing and mesmerizing, because that's usually why I leave it out, because I don't want people to not listen to my voice as they kind of get confused to read this picture. But maybe I'll try to find a way to just put it at the end or something. Anyway, I've probably babbled on for long enough, but I don't want to make this recording too long, but in some sense I was getting into the end, at the end of the last recording, the issue of schism, which is like a very tough problem to crack, because in some sense, um, it might be that I mean, I do like to think that because I understand my own enlightenment and because I understand psychology, I think I have the tools in some sense to be able to point. I might not be able to impress upon someone or to express to someone's satisfaction or understanding, but I think in some sense also, to the extent that I'm not able to do that, I'm also able to set out the proximate challenge, or the proximate, I mean, some sense, I mean, this will seem unfair to some people, but essentially I would be able to supplement for my own ability to, not inability, misability to give someone the correct understanding, I'll be able to point to them their own character trait or character flaw, or let's say the corruption in their own personal constitution. And that kind of judgment obviously is not, usually we don't come up against that kind of confidence. We don't come up against that kind of, oh, well, actually, I have the truth, or at least I'm capable of reasoning it out, or something like that. So, in some sense, I do point at myself as being a judge in that sense. And I do think we all have the capability to be judges like that. But there is a difference in quality, when people are in a counter argument, or are in an argument. I do think that my rebukes are more pointed. My rebukes are actually that I am in fact correct, and if I'm not correct, I'm capable of saying that I made a mistake, or that and I'm also capable of saying all the time that I might be wrong. I might be wrong. I might not have all the context, all the facts, or whatever, and I can also perhaps misstep in terms of the style. But I mean, a lot of these mistakes I think are no one's fault. I do think that in some sense, and you can say, in terms of, oh well, you didn't give the width and the breadth, or something like that, or you weren't patient enough, or something like that. Um, I mean, in some sense, that is a problem of cross purposes, and you have many cross purposes until you have trust that you share the same faith, as it were. But so in some sense, those are the natural teething areas, or teething stages of developing, in some sense, a kind of a homogenous kind of a community, or something like that. But I mean, the real problem is that you just cannot. And sometimes, some forms of community, I think, are almost, they might seem open, or they might seem intellectually open and creative, or something like that, but it comes somewhat at a cost. That there's an orthodoxy, or there's a dogma, or there's some kind of, in some sense, it looks pretty, and whatever, but it's somewhat subject to its own kind of decrepit form of sort of insularity, or something like that. And especially the subtle ones, which allow for great amount of articulation and great amount of freedom, sort of come with it at a sort of at a certain glass ceiling. So anyway, I don't wish to cast sort of vague aspersions, because I do think that I can rather, instead of casting vague aspersions like this, make pointed and uh, precise points of substantive contention, and see how those are. And obviously, some people are not interested to have that kind of examination, cross examination. Um, they're, and I mean, in some sense, that can be completely correct as well. I mean, some people are just they're in the process of trying to they're caught mid, they're in a particular cycle of action. They're in a particular form of inquiry, or something like that, and maybe at the end of that, then they might be open to cottoning on to something that they've been slightly exposed to, perhaps, or blah blah blah. So anyway, I mean, there is for good reason, we have rules, in some sense, around independence, um, around being able to make up your own mind, or something like that. Obviously, when there are power structures, and then there are people who sort of play the broken telephone game, a lot of that kind of toxicity can be horribly compounded and such. Um, Usually around power, arbitrary, somewhat power structures, or something like that, and people who speak for the group, people who are guardians, and so these things can be, especially when they don't have mediation sort of capacities appended to their functioning, um, or in mediation is just not wanted, something like that, because you've somewhat bootstrapped the vitality of or the size. You've created perhaps an idolatry, or let's just say a substandard, suboptimal value. Uh, you know because in some sense you've chosen, well, we would rather have a successful, sprawling growth of popularity than a meek and meager form of, let's say, agile discerning between our members, Um, and in some sense, that can be anyway. So anyway, there are these kinds of these sort of political sort of things. Um, And I mean, those problems are not just petty problems, they're also connected, I think, to deep mysteries as well. But what I was going to say about the issue of schism that is problematic is that sometimes, with the current people involved, with the current people that have undergirded a particular culture or something like that, the solution to resolution of a potential schism is just not available. It's just like, the answer hasn't been discovered, or the knowledge that bridges the divide, the rift, or something like that, is just not available, or it's just not within the current field of discourse, or it doesn't appear to be. And perhaps then it is good to have a separation of ways and a specialization, and then some kind of cross communication in terms of, well, other one, if people can do what they are doing out in the open, then they can somewhat throw stones perhaps, or they can comment, they can they can see what the other person is doing because it's on public display, and then they can give a line of commentary so as to have, let's say, a potential open line of communication. They can have a potential sort of lead into some future synthesis or integration or resolution to the problem, sort of keeping tabs, and I link this in one of my recordings to keeping the kitchen door left open, and to have a discussion about these harsh issues, while cooking something, while making something out of ingredients in the kitchen, that there is this synthesis. I mean, this is a bit of a poetical sort of thing, but in the culinary art of mixing things together, and essentially that there are different ways of doing things. There are different, that if you just change the order of operations, but you can even satisfy stricture, which seems so important, by another method, by just another sort of recombination of the same steps, um, that lead to a better outcome, that lead to a better uh, uh, cuisine, or whatever, in the cooking process, or in the preparation. Anyway, I'm perhaps trying to be too artful in my expression of this, but the ability of creativity to somewhat modulate. I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, this is something that I even take from Scientology, that just modulating the bandwidth in which you chunk and express and exchange, um, bandwidth, just modulating your expression of bandwidth, or your, in terms of your output, but also in your input of it, gives you a different reading of the situation, gives you a different insight and model into things. But then it can still be very unsettling when you are dealing with things which you can see quite clearly, or at least as far as you can tell, suboptimal, and perhaps fundamentally incommensurate to the kind of purpose and aims which they are somewhat supposedly orientated toward achieving and attaining to. So, but anyway, I mean, perhaps all of these sorts of remarks are incredibly premature. Looking at Evan, who's only now released a second recording, which is essentially in order to get to the third one. Obviously, seems to be very a lot less, I think, on the third recording. It'll be very interesting to see. In some sense, perhaps I should perhaps sit on all of these until I see how he synthesizes the third one, because this is almost such an abstraction. The second one is itself kind of an abstraction of just getting to talking about stage four, and in some sense, I think I've tried to do that myself in this commentary. I've tried to talk about stage four, um, in the sense of the necessary integration of what I've called 2.5 and 3.5 gateway filters. But yeah, I mean, just by the way, let me just say this, that in my sort of, I think it's a 3 hour recording on sexuality, I talk about the kind of the issue of arrested development in a much more laborious way, although I'm also talking about other perhaps unsavory topics that people don't like sort of having to consider. Um, about certain biological facts and certain uh, blah blah blah, or in terms of what I would consider to be sort of evolutionary psychology, to a large extent, and also the development, the differential development and evolutionary pressure on men and women, and how that has sort of seeped into the culture itself, and the kind of the residue and the toxicity of that, which we still pretty much have to work out how to navigate, especially because of, in some sense, it's a problem of averages, because there are certainly women and men who are so unique, and there are enough of these unique individuals that they somewhat break the mold, but there are enough of people that aren't in some sense unique individuals that they demand a certain kind of cultural inculcated sympathy for their, or and in some sense, that's also not entirely the correct way of saying it, that in some sense we do need to model to young people the kind of the path to how they can understand sexual politics and sexual relations and sexual roles, and then also how to transcend that and to, in some sense, consciously maneuver themselves over those topics in a way in which that they can negotiate bespoke. That's what my whole sort of sexuality thing is about, in some sense, is kind of slogging through all the myriad moral sort of conundrums and such, that get us to the point at which we can kind of have an enlightened culture on the topic of sexuality. But I do slog through the, let's say, the many of the messy, somewhat, I, to a large extent, it's from the male perspective, because which in some sense I see as a moral necessity at this point in culture and time, because of inverted commas feminism, um, having the kind of cultural hegemony that it does, um, and this kind of very strange form of very stupid orthodoxy and dogma, which plugs into essentially narrating to people this very brittle form of almost moral inception, that they just make themselves available to kind of to the beck and call of some kind of that they just have to read from a script in order to give some kind of consolation over, because of their group having some kind of untoward moral guilt attached to it, or something. The category of themselves is very this kind of inherited moral inferiority, which is in some sense exactly like the Nazi style of belief, that you can um, have a kind of genetic superiority. It's just somewhat, it's the same style of belief. It's just uh, in a slightly different form. Um, anyway, okay, let me stop this recording, as I am babbling again and I'm going on into bullshit. But anyway, oh man, I kind of sit. I tried to say that I wouldn't continue to babble, but I mean, in some sense, I guess what's re-emerging for me now from this discussion or lecture that I have made in response is, in some sense, this very, in some sense, you could say, noble urge to wish to raise people's confidence so that they can attain sovereignty. And I do think that that is fundamentally problematic, because that has been the form of all corrupt revolutions throughout history. And again, this is the sort of the sustainability sympathy trade-off, that the more you indulge in sympathy, the more fundamentally unsustainable it'll be, and you'll have to end up very corrupt narratives or very corrupt governance structures to kind of keep that narrative undeserved high status that has been bestowed and conferred from the community onto its members. You cannot have undeserved social status. It's like, it's fun. That is the nature of all corruption, in some sense, that it is not justified. So the question of justification, in some sense, needs to actually be resolved in values, need to be resolved on the grassroots level, on the interpersonal level. And try to have a kind of a social distribution of social status is itself, uh, uh, I think in some sense we do want to live in a nice society where nice things happen as the lowest common denominator or something like that. But you cannot engineer it from that perspective. You have to engineer it in a way that it is justifiable on the individual level, because that is the smallest component part of a society. It has to make sense to an individual, and it has to make sense in a way that is compatible in a in a kind of in a highest common denominator sort of way, because otherwise you end up with a glass ceiling in some sense, and then you end up with, let's say, an occult and a kind of exoteric division in your society, and you end up with a coordinating class and a kind of underclass, and then you end up with the same kind of problem of the SS and a Nazi type society, whereas at some point they say, well, do we really need these plebs? Because they're somewhat adjunct to us, and we are always the cream that rises to the top, and you end up actually creating a new form of sort of caste system or entrenched. It's much better to have, let's say, a much more organic and dynamic sort of, but also, I mean, again, I say that these things will only be resolved once we actually have a proper courthouse and a proper soft power structure in society, which, as far as I can see, needs to be underpinned from a kind of psychological understanding. That we need a kind of a new psychology that is the queen of the sciences, as it were. That means that we won't be vulnerable to false authority in a kind of in the conflict resolution measures that are symbolized by the courthouse. Because obviously, just if you have a courthouse that will actually have reasonable decision making, that has the rule of law, and that rule of law is, at least, maybe some issues will be complicated and they'll have to be adjudicated through the courts. But if you just in principle have all these things in a row, then you will also have people conciliating their own issues. They will, because the model will already be there in some sense. And therefore, the judiciary will, in some sense, play more of perhaps even a mediating role in helping, it will be more in the vogue of a kind of truth and reconciliation commission, most because the issue is so complicated, and there isn't enough, sort of collateral support, or the legal counsel involved, even between the two of them, can't find a way to kind of puzzle these things together. And then obviously, in some sense, I mean, in my legal tradition, all of the judges, they're not promoted. In some sense, judges are not promoted. The natural course of things is that you become an advocate in the high court system. You are you learn the job, and in some sense, advocates are judges in the waiting. And if you are a good advocate and you've had a good tenure, then in your in your maturation, and perhaps even because of your special talent and ability, perhaps you're even encouraged. Would you like to join the bench? And it's offered to you in some sense. That essentially the peerage of the advocates, uh, um, and there are advocates who are in some sense senior to judges de facto. That when you're, and it's always an interesting sort of play when in some sense the judge knows that their knowledge is inferior to the advocates litigating the case, um, but he can still fulfill his role, especially in an adversarial system, because in some sense it's a system that is somewhat capable of being comprised of equals, and a culture of mutual respect, but obviously each has their role to play. The litigants are themselves adversarial, at least hypothetically, and partisan, and the judge is there to be impartial. So they each have their role to play in the recipe. Um, I guess, but in some sense, that's the more sort of traditional role of adjudication, um, and is a slightly different model to the kind of mediation. But in some sense, if the complexity of the law is so well developed, and in some sense it's a question, it's about pure questions of the law itself. In some sense, you can see when, in some senses, you could say the high court judges regulate their own procedure, and in some sense they seem to be acting slightly no longer impartially as they ask questions of clarification in the litigants. In the legal counsel's argument, they ask points of clarification, and which is always slightly strange, because then the other side doesn't know how to interpret that. Are they merely asking for an excessive delineation, not because they are partial to what is being argued, just because they want, in some, this is the problem of, are they giving clues, and what do, how to interpret in some sense, the ostensible participation of the impartial role of the presiding officer. um, this idea that impartiality is only achieved by not piercing the veil in some sense, and it's always interesting when people approach the bench, um, and when both parties must approach you can't just have one side approaching the bench. um, the other party must be able to listen. The other counsel must be able to sit quietly as the other party has approached the bench, and is anyway, all these sorts of you know etiquette, procedure, decorum, impartiality, in terms of how to maintain the functional roles of what is effectively, on some sub meta level, a kind of performance, in order to render valid a procedure that has substantive components that must be satisfied, substantive criteria, in order to accord to some measure and test of fairness, because that is the biggest problem in justice, is that you do have to make yourself avail yourself to being tested, and this is the most trickiest thing under the sun, in some sense, is that uh, the truth itself is not itself prone to tests, but justice must be seen to be done. So it's a different form of enterprise. It's not the unadulterated truth. It's not the truth, but it is something that must be shared in across people that potentially have different truths, and that have stark disagreement, and that there can still be some kind of resolution, perhaps because of the justice that is owed to a third party, and such and such. These things, they make waves for the social structure, which does need a certain republican edifice in order to uh, uh, preserve a basis upon which the sovereignty of the individual can endure and be conserved. Um, and so we must humble ourselves in some sense. Uh, uh, in some sense, we must tithe over some willingness uh, to humble our own understanding and allow ourselves to go through the process of iron sharpening iron in some sense. And that is something of a commitment which is put on both parties that participate. Um, the right to hear, the right to have the other side heard. Audi alterem partem, uh, the other side must be heard. That is a principle. Uh, that is a principle that must be observed in some kind of practice, because you can't ever prove if the principle was achieved or unachieved, but you can have some kind of test and some kind of, and also the ability to regulate one's own procedure. Otherwise, you can't even guarantee the principle, that the principle must be guaranteed. That is why high courts have the right to, in somewhat, invent their own procedure if needed in order to preserve the sanctity of the principle, the first thing of first importance, the things of first importance, the principia, the principles. The Kegan stage 3 is, in some sense, the source of the value. Anyway, now I'm just kind of repeating myself a bit, but again, so I believe that morality, Kegan stage 3, is somewhat institutionalized as some kind of court system or justice system. And without justice, without justification, then I think we are somewhat lost. That we cannot just have a semblance of it is the convening of a court is in some sense, I think, the mark of a civilization. You cannot be civilized without a court system. In fact, well, this is an anthropological thing that I'm unaware of, but I do somewhat think that nomadic peoples are probably the most sane and the least pathological of all peoples in a large in a large breadth of anthropology when you survey these and review these things. And I do sometimes wonder that the problem with nomadic life, though, is probably that they did not have a good justice system, because the necessity of cohesion, of internal cohesion, and being agile. And in some sense, there were probably some nomadic tribes that were far more enlightened than others, and because by their nature, in some sense, it was so they were so connected to the real substrate of the necessities of being healthy, and that in some sense that they needed ground, hunting grounds. They needed actual physical land which they would migrate throughout the course of the seasons or whatever. And if other tribes would encroach on their territory, they would either have to protect or compromise in the short term in order to preserve their medium and long term, sort of their seasonal track or their seasonal trekking, and to let's say protect the boundary of the political majesty and projection of power that their unit as a group um, belonged in some sense, because there was a kind of de facto ownership, but also a kind of real understanding that might makes right. And in some sense, that was the one problem with nomadic tribes, is that they would go to war quite viciously and perhaps even extinguish each other, if or try try to make perhaps bargains in which, okay, well, how about we'll slightly compromise, but you must give a kind of equal compromise, in relation to your setting, or something like that, and you know, the kind of confederation structure that could be achieved from that. I mean, famously, Genghis Khan, who took over so many things, essentially was born out of that kind of confederate nature of being able to diplomatically weave an authentic form of collaboration over many units that were still distinctly independent. This whole thing did not so much have a justice system, probably, as it had councils of elders that would be able to maybe facilitate. I mean, I'm really projecting here because I don't know the actual anthropological, historical structures of these things, but I imagine that it was a strange mix of eldership, council, um, and some kind of natural law, perhaps. So a kind of a pseudo religioso sociological mix and compromise. And obviously the proof is in the pudding, in some sense, that Genghis Khan was able to be a grand conqueror. But again, so I'm just trying to say that the morality and justification is a deep subject, and we cannot just merely uh, uh, attain towards, or target some kind of high functionality, lest we kind of create, or what I've described before, perhaps as a Tower of Babel kind of problem. Um, that we do actually have to make sure that we're properly dealing with these internal sorts of things. And this is somewhat problematic because these internal sorts of things that I've spoken about already are, a lot of people want to create a new world in which their particular personality, and let's say the imbalances of their particular personality, are vitally important to the functioning of the structure. In some sense, their overshooting is being catered to, is being inculcated into the fabric of the new social contract, or something like that, or the new cultural settlement, if you want to put it like that. The new cultural fabric, in some sense, is kind of allowing and necessitating their kind of proclivity and indulgence within perhaps the vestige of a 2.5 dirty narcissistic filter, or a misaligned, borderline filter gateway between the unconscious and the ego, between Kegan stage 3 and Kegan stage 4. And that kind of smuggling, in some sense, um, can even profess to have, well, I'm on the side of the greatest number, that actually we all get to have our pound of flesh in this way. It's just at the small sacrifice it's saying, oh, there is no objective morality, or there is, or that again, I mean, that needs qualification. It's a complicated thing, but in some sense that there is no goal of an objective justification, that the relative how we are relatively justified is by being a legion, is by conforming to a consensus of a common dominion. And I would even hearken people perhaps to study carefully Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, and although itself has a bit of a kind of a moral, even within the base writing, that there is, I don't want, it's close to being confused. It's very close to being confused in its own morality, and it stretches the limit of that morality. But I would really, at the end there, because it kind of almost, it opens the door and it doesn't close the door to identity politics almost. But it doesn't open the door in a welcoming way to identity politics. But it sort of, it doesn't, it opens a portal, and it doesn't deal with that. It doesn't vanquish it. It doesn't put a filtration on that filter on that portal that evaporates the demons that might come through that portal. So it does kind of open a Pandora. It does, in a little way, open a Pandora's box, but it does also. I would say it's resolved by Voyager. If you would actually study Voyager from a moralistic point of view, that it is supplemented by the other Star Treks. I would even say. Um, but if you take that as a particular canon of Star Trek: The Next Generation, Star Trek Voyager, and Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and Deep Space Nine does need something of being informed of the other two, perhaps, to get to a better synthesis of the subject matter that it's dealing with. But anyway, what is my point here? Bringing up Star Trek Deep Space Nine, but especially, I mean, the words that I'm correlating here is to talk about the Dominion, to talk about the shapeshifters and and how their leadership, how their political leadership, and how they operate in some sense. I do see very dark themes of that. That we need to attain to a single structure, that it is a kind of highest common denominator within which we can all perhaps grow and not be perfect and make mistakes, and even in this, and that we can even be radically opposed to, let's say, the soft power structure of certain knowledge around psychology, that we can do that if we have a reformed psychology. We don't have to enforce it on people, but it's just that in principle we have the solution to people's problems, and it is, let's say, canonically known within the society. Then we have a real edifice upon which that this, I do think the sky is not even the limit. We can go beyond the sky. Um, and then we can sort of have an artful exploration of things. But it is interesting how. So, sorry, I'm getting all over the place, but I'm trying to describe the reticence that people have in the creation of a new world or something like that, if I could phrase it like that. Because there's this inbuilt selfish reticence. The idea is that, well, I like to solve this problem. My whole psychology is around a certain problem that I am the solution to. That is, in some sense, they are codependent on a certain kind of ill, on a certain kind of problem, and not wishing to kind of invalidate their own status. They only want to create a new society in which there is a chair for them, there is a spot for them to fill, there is a place for them, a position, a station. And, you know, so when you're talking about a new society that has this kind of overreaching bestowment of high status and sympathy that it just pours out to people, you must say how it is deserved, and you cannot make general hypothetical arguments in so doing here, because otherwise you make it impossible to have a soft power structure of psychology in some sense, or you make it impossible to have real agreement on morality. So you end up with a practical form of pantheism, nihilism, solipsism, devaluing values. A kind of, I almost don't want to say nihilism, because in some sense, in the same way that I believe that via negativa is the way in which the subconscious must come under rule of a via negativa. And in some sense, the problem is that via negativa is only properly sorry, I can't think of the right word, is only properly ordained and confirmed, and that proper the constraint that all that via negativa that the subconscious requires must be applied to it from the superego's dominant function, which is what I've already sort of symbolically said I think is the New Jerusalem. That is somewhat the capstone in one's Kegan stage 5, I would say, which is essentially the colonization from Kegan stage. In some sense, Kegan stage 4 is just extending itself into the superego. Is it so? Kegan stage 4 is extending itself up from itself into Kegan stage 1. So you're actually going over. See, this is the very interesting thing, is that, well, in my model, in my deep psychology, there are 17 cognitive functions, which in some sense might as well analogize them as 17 dimensions of psychological reality, because that's all we have. We have that framework. And we have to take one of those things and share that with the world, because otherwise we can't experience the other. We have to say, this doesn't belong to me, this belongs to everything and everyone. That is how I experience the world, through the tree of life, that I have to plant a tree of life in my own internal psychology to be a meeting grounds for the outside and the inside. Now, when you do that, that becomes a floating parent function. That is the false prophet. And only from Kegan stage 4 colonizing the superego, and in some sense gilding, might be not the best metaphor, but in some sense you have to make a golden root for that tree of life, so that Nidhogg cannot devour the root of the world tree. And then the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, with its golden root, which is something like the New Jerusalem, becomes the tree of life again. So we return back into the garden, but we know the boundary of the garden now. So the sword that keeps the way of the tree of life, the sword that turns every way, which is in some sense the conundrum of the sword, is a symbol of the word, is a symbol of that we need to understand the word, the mind that makes meaning out of things. The word is the logos, I guess. I don't like saying the word logos, because people always attach an etymology to it or whatever, that I don't know if I agree with that. But the word is the tone of grammar in your consciousness. It is in some sense how you animate meaning in your mind. It is the tone of grammar, right? So the word is the contents of your mind, but the contents are not just objects. They are the tone of the pitch, of the hue, of the color, of the meaning, in some sense. So it's the actual visceral conscious apperception of uh, uh, and in some sense it is in some sense the act of pure creation, the act of conscious, um, and you see, the condition of the word, the condition of consciousness in some sense, is perfectly described by the archetype, the only begotten Son, the only begotten Son of the Father. And so if your mind, the condition of your mind is the only begotten Son of the Father, uh, then that is, okay, I don't want to get too much into metaphysical problems here, but that is essentially how you escape all different forms of pantheism and solipsism, um, and perennialism in some sense. Because in some sense, the one thing that is closest is probably you become a perennialist, but you are a perennialist in which you are 100% responsible as a mind for it all. So you carry the perennialism inside of you, and you burden it with yourself, and then you realize that you don't share that burden with other people, but you can understand that other people have the same quality of burdening that perennialism 100% by themselves, and then you can trust them, and or at least you can hopefully have you can share a spiritual culture. You can be spiritual brethren, You can have a brotherhood of the only begotten Son. Okay, anyway. Um, so the point that I'm trying to kind of outline here is that, why was I talking about the colonization of Kegan stage 4 of the superego, which is what I'm calling as Kegan stage 5 in some sense. Um, okay, which is essentially the rediscovery of the tree of life. Which was the condition essentially of the false prophet before the fall. So essentially, the tree of life is also the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The tree of the knowledge, the tree of the fruit of life, and the tree of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil are the same tree. And after you've eaten of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of the fruit of good and evil, then in some sense you are adopted by the false prophet, which in some sense makes it so your understanding of the Holy Ghost doesn't exactly work. You don't know, you don't know how to use your own mind. You don't know how to use hypothetical possibility. I mean, I talk about the metaphysics of this a lot, because I do think that there's, just in my understanding of the 17 cognitive functions, there's a lot of metaphysical reproof there that can be very edifying to people, just in terms of getting their metaphysics in line, in some sense, although it can sound very intellectual to some people. But essentially, the Holy Ghost is a form of extroverted intuition. So I mean, I'm used to talking to people about this sort of thing on typology servers and things like that. People that are already familiar with a Myers-Briggs type indicator and Jungian cognitive functions, and then usually I use that as a bridge towards my 17 cognitive functions and understanding the special relationship between different cognitive functions. Um, and getting some metaphysical truths sort of in order, which I think are very useful in sort of stabilizing um, morality, to have a proper introverted feeling. I do think understanding is a form of introverted feeling, which is a kind of, anyway. What's my point here? Is that the which then will remove, let's say, the toxicity of the subconscious. It will defang the subconscious. Um, and then you can kind of enjoy something of a benign narcissism, although you can't really enjoy that benign narcissism in the world. You can only enjoy it in a context in which other people are willing to grant you the fact that you have a golden circuit. But in some sense, it's not something that you have. It's a role. It's a form of participation. It's a form of, it's that culture of being in a spiritual brotherhood. So it's always in that context in some sense. So it's in a spiritual. It doesn't exist in a secular sense, although you can perhaps get certain accolades in a secular sense that might be tokens and some evidence of that golden circuitry or something like that, which is something in our current context, in our current culture, would be something like the notion of a celebrity, the concept of a star. Um, you know, uh, that when you see a star fall from grace, that you can make a wish. Then now there is room in the cosmos for you to have a wish that can be fulfilled. That there's a missing star, and that means that the heavens can be reordered, perhaps, or reorientated, or reconfigured, or re-understood. I mean, perhaps not the heavens themselves, but you have to understand that as above, so below is a kind of principle that's very much in the Christian scriptures. What you shall bind on the earth will be bound up in heaven, and what you shall loose on the earth will be loosened in heaven. That there is this mirror in some sense between the heaven and the earth. And anyway, I'm talking about this in a kind of archetypal, symbolic sort of sense, but this is what it means to have a spiritual discerning. is that you no longer are living in the subjective subconscious substrate, because you know that in some sense that's all just a kind of, literally it is the greater of the lesser in the Platonic metaphysic. It's just notions, and notions themselves do not have stable um, values. They don't have values. They are just notional theory. They're just sort of, they're pieces of conjecture, and obviously we have, that's how we communicate. That's the medium of language. Is that, and so language is always defective. This is why the written word is dead. You cannot. You have to understand what is being read. You have to animate it with your faith, with your charity, with your intuition. And if you don't have a good faith that is aligned with other people's good faith, you might as well not even read their words. You might as well not even listen or understand. There's nothing to understand. Then, de facto, you've already proceeded from a false premise that, well, I'm listening to it so that I can ridicule it, so that, because I'm not willing to lend it any kind of charity. I'm just listening to it in order to entrench the rightness of my own toxic subconscious, because I still am sort of, I'm still, Cain hasn't killed me yet. I'm still able, and I'm enticed that my subconscious still has still has a resolution, still has the rightness on its side. I'm still under the pedagogy of my floating super ego parent function. Gives me, it's like a spoiled brat in some sense. I mean, that is the position of the subconscious, is that it is a spoiled brat of the superego's floating parentage that is itself untethered and nebulous in its context, because it's lying about its own root system. It's a false authority. That's why it's called the false prophet. Now, when you are dealing with that, um, I'm not saying that children should not develop subconsciouses. They need to develop subconsciousnesses. They need to even develop robust subconsciouses. Children learn, they're building a very complicated belief structure, and in some sense, they need to have a solid dominant function in their subconscious. If the dominant function in their subconscious is not strong enough, they cannot even kill their own able. The subconscious needs to be able to kill its own ableness, because if it does not repudiate its own enticed lust, then Seth will never be born, and Seth needs to be able to turn its back on the death of Abel, so that it can move forward and move on into the unconscious. Um, yeah, I don't exactly know if I'm describing this in the most responsible way, but essentially the 2.5 developmental bridge, the to overcome your own naive narcissism, is a fractious thing. I mean, this is like, I would say archetypally, it's very similar to teenage years. This You have these emotions, and you don't have beliefs because you've tried to turn your back on your beliefs, so you have to ground your emotions somewhat in an egotistical way, and that's necessary in order to individuate, in order to work out how roles work, because now you're trying to work out emotional circuits, and in some sense there's a weird kind of parallel correspondence in which your unconscious is resonating with your dominant function, and hopefully it's not resonating with your parent function in your subconscious, because your parent function in your subconscious is going to be like a puppet master that's going to mess it all up. And so to the extent to which that there are still these puppet strings from the parent function in the subconscious over the unconscious side of the mind, you're going to get a corresponding sympathetic borderline gateway filter that is going to be misshapen. Anyway, I've repeated that point sort of 3 different times. Now, let me stop repeating myself. But, and in some sense, it's hard. In some sense, the subconscious will always be filthy. The subconscious gateway it needs to kind of be good enough in some sense until the Kegan stage 5 will kind of go back and clean up after itself. And then it'll also perhaps perfect the borderline gateway. I mean, in In some sense, this is all being indirectly managed by the New Jerusalem, by the dominant function in the super ego. The growth of the growth of the New Jerusalem, in some sense, that in some sense it is being built out of the repurposed Babylon the Great, the blood of the saints that is in the mortar and the brick of Babylon the Great. Babylon the Great is essentially, I don't know where to put it. It's either, some sense it's probably the dominant function in the subconscious is Babylon the Great. But that's where you rescue your values, because your values are trapped in Babylon the Great. All the rich kings and merchants in Babylon the Great are all drunk on the wrath of the fornication with the whore of Babylon. So the whore of Babylon is like the child function, which is something like the poisonous thing. The child function of the subconscious is half of the knowledge of good and evil that the false prophet is giving to the subconscious. So the subconscious cannot ever live up to the whore, which is why the dominant function is like, it's drunk, it's inebriated. The dominant function in the subconscious is pitifully subdued, and they are just kind of, it's like the academy in some sense. It's just controversial. It's like there's a king, there's an emperor, there's a president, there's a general. They all, they're too many masters. There are too many rich kings. There are too many rich merchants. But in some sense, they're not wrong. They're just drunk. They're not wrong. They're drunk on the power of being associated with the whore. So the dominant function, in some sense, all the drunk kings and merchants are like the blood of the saints, which are locked in the stonework of Babylon the Great, which is something probably like the dominant function in the subconscious, which has this resonant hold over the whole false ego. It is the source of all the toxicity. It is the den of snakes in some sense. But it can't just be demolished. It has to be substituted for by the New Jerusalem, which is the dominant function in the super ego, which is in some sense, the problem is that it's an ontological issue, is that the subconscious developed from the false prophet, from the floating parent function in the superego, because the New Jerusalem just wasn't there at the beginning. And it couldn't be there at the beginning because it has to be made from Kegan stage 4. It has to be made out of Kegan stage 4. So I guess this gets into the issue of, is there a shortcut? And in some sense, I think that no. Rob's question about there being a shortcut in all these things, is a useful question, but my answer to the question, Evan's answer was he doesn't know. My answer to the question is I do believe that I do know, and although it can be streamlined, I don't think there is a shortcut. Because you cannot, it would be very dangerous, I think, to rush people along the track. They need to have strong dominant functions, probably, in each, maybe with the exception of the unconscious side of the mind. The problem is that the unconscious side of the mind is within its own frame of reference. It is potentially insoluble. You can get lost in your own unconscious forever. Something like the movie, I can't remember what the movie was called, but the movie in which, oh my word, this is so embarrassing. I can't even remember her name. Oh my word, this is so embarrassing. The singer, the beautiful singer, I can remember her songs, and I can't even remember the name of the songs. Oh my word! But I can remember the lyrics of the songs. She married Ben Affleck, J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez. When Jennifer Lopez was in the movie in which she was a psychologist entering the dream state of a child who's lost in their own unconscious side, that's the kind of metaphor that the unconsciousness as itself is essentially potentially an insoluble mess, because you can set up two reflections, as I keep on describing. You can set up a recurring loop between the bad transition between the subconscious and the unconscious, and a mirrored sympathy in the borderline gateway between the unconscious and the ego. That essentially you can trap yourself there, and essentially you can't, like in some sense this is like in theology this is usually treated on the issue of predestination. I don't think it's about predestination. I think it's about, in some sense, you don't want to leave it. You don't ever choose to leave that. You just sit there between, and you count yourself a king of infinite space, and you say, well, I'm in Kegan stage 5, and it's actually a kind of 4.5 that's made up of a 2.5 and a 3.5. I do think that that's why people get stuck in four. In some sense, not always. Sometimes they get stuck. Maybe they keep themselves agnostically clean in their 4.5ness. Maybe their 4.5ness is essentially they just don't know how to crucify their ego. Because it is a delicate thing. You can go crazy. Um, because when you let's say when you put one foot in Kegan stage 5, if you develop the child function in your superego, you will have a major psychotic episode. Um, Especially if you have a certain unconscious circuitry, because within my model, there are different types of circuitries of different personalities. So, if you have a split circuit, if you have a parallel circuit in your unconscious circuitry, you will probably end up creating energy in the other circuit, because in some sense you will, in some weird sense, you will supercharge, you will either super intoxify your subconscious. I don't know how to, I'm experimenting with how to explain this. I don't fully understand it myself. I could, if I talk through it, I'll be able to come up with a decent description of it. But essentially what I think is happening is that when you end up indulging in your superego's child function, then you have basically created a nidhogg that ends up consuming all the root of the world tree, and you become a kind of a super ego focused sort of demigod, right? And so if you become a demigod, you kind of invalidate your own Kegan stage 4, and you end up supercharging your super ego, your subconscious, and you end up kind of creating a new pathway, usually because usually when you have partially crucified yourself, and maybe it's not even your fault, but you have to partially crucify yourself in order to reach the ability to access your superego. But then when you got into your superego, you didn't stay dead on the right calendar day. You didn't wait in your grave before being resurrected. You didn't wait until the third day. Instead, you waited one day. This is, I mean, I know exactly what I'm referring to, but this is slightly ambiguous when I'm talking about it. But essentially, you try to resurrect early. You try to resurrect on the day of the child function of the superego. You didn't wait until, um, because in some sense, I do think you have to wait the 3 days and resurrect the cognitive function that corresponds to the false prophet, so that you're creating a fresh prophet instead of a false prophet. And when you try to make the fresh prophet, then you realize that you need to be anchored in your dominant function. So then you go back and you build the New Jerusalem, and then in some sense what you're doing is you're ferrying over the values from the subconscious. You're searching your own subconscious into a way of into a structured command center, which becomes the New Jerusalem, which is the dominant function in the superego. And in some sense, what you're also doing then is then your child function in your superego gets annexed by your ego. So your ego kind of grows a halo, and the halo is made up of the child function in the superego. And so that makes it easier to crucify yourself continually. In Corinthians, it says, I die daily. And it talks about banding about the death of our Lord Jesus Christ in the body. The death of the Jesus Christ is the action of Kegan stage 4, is the crucifying ego, is the crucifying Kegan stage 4 that is crucifying itself constantly. That would be the kind of meta fluidity, perhaps, or the meta systematicity. is that meta, is that constant crucifixion. And then the halo, right, of the child function and the superego, and then in some sense the ego with the halo is colonizing uh, the dominant function, which is just underneath, which is the golden root system of the tree of life, is the reformed uh, uh, false prophet. In some sense, I don't. When it's not correct to call it a prophet, a fresh prophet or something, because it's not a prophet. It never becomes a prophet. It becomes a meeting place in which you can meet the world, in which you can see the other through sharing the fruit of the tree of life or something like that. So in some sense, the fruit of the tree, in some sense, is closer to the concept of the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost the Holy Ghost is a ghost because it's holy, and you cannot see the holiness in the flesh. You can only see the holiness. You can hope. You can have a good hope that the holiness is in the story of your life. So in some sense, that the culture of knowing that you are equal participant in the tree of life to everyone else. But in some sense, you cannot just give other people the fruit of the tree of life. You do forgive them, and so in that way, you do give them the fruit of the tree of life, but they cannot receive it unless you know that they have the same quality of the only begotten Son and such and such. So this is the problem, because I do think that a lot of what I'd have to check my notes about this, but there will at least be some metatypes which are fundamentally problematic in the sense that even if they are at Kegan stage 4, they will have a Kegan stage 4.5 in which they will want to gift and bestow onto other people the status that they already have the only begotten Son when they do not. And that is essentially because their fleshly thinking in their ego, which is the parent function of the ego. You'll notice the thread. The parent functions are always the functions that really culminate the toxicity of that side of the mind. That essentially all the 4.5s are on one side of are touching or on the parent function, or are immediately proceeding from the parent function. So anyway, and the parent function in the ego in Kegan stage 4 then is the fleshly thinking that needs to be crucified. In some sense, it needs to be tortured by the inferior function. But then people have they have an internal, this is the pathology of each side of the mind, is that you don't like your own inferior function, and the ego is very problematic because the ego doesn't have another side of the mind to progress to. If the ego is fucked up, it can't just say, if your Kegan stage 4 doesn't like its own inferior function, then it can't reach Kegan stage 5, right? Because it won't go through it. It has to go through that problem, but it doesn't want to go through that problem. So it's screwed, right? But now it has a second problem, is that every other side of the mind, when it got screwed, it could just it could have its cake and eat it. It could continue on into the next stage, somehow. The ego can't actually do that, because the ego is the last stage. Kegan stage 5 is not a new side of the mind, it's a revisiting of the old side of the mind. So when you understand that, then you really see the real problem of the whole enterprise. Is that then you try to make a fake Kegan stage 5 out of this 3.5, 2.5 reflector array, where you count yourself the king of infinite space because you've just made a mirror trick between these two gateways. Anyway, so I guess I am making a very hard point here, that many people that might even be good at helping other people to become Kegan stage 5 are themselves, I think, not quite there, but they are very useful catalysts. I mean, this is the weird thing, is that we can actually grow from each other's treasure. We can be gifted things from each other. We can accumulate treasure. We can duplicate the gifts of each other within each other. But in some sense, I am my own gift, I think, is a very tough one to reconcile with, because I do think it is the gift of the apostle, which is perhaps or the door to heaven, and it is, and if I want to say, well, I actually control the door to heaven, and you have to come through it, you have to come through the gift of the apostle. You can't just leave that gift out, in some sense. And in some sense, I do think that, anyway, so I'm promoting myself as a leader, as a kind of model of headship or something like that, because in some sense, in the body of Christ, the apostle is something like the head, the face, even, perhaps. um, and there's certainly other gifts that have to be a part of that, otherwise you can't do anything, in some sense, because right now I'm somewhat acting as my own deacon, and I'm probably not that good at being a deacon. um, or at least perhaps other people that are qualified deacons can perhaps, maybe they can homogenize, or sort of try to try, anyway, it's confusing, because I mean, in some sense, I mean, there, I'm not an evangelist, perhaps a gifted evangelist myself, um, but that is also incredibly tricky. Anyway, even very skilled evangelists, in some sense, are better at anyway. Getting into terminology and babble that other people won't be familiar with, but and a lot of these traditions, which I think Evan was even talking about, which in some sense, this kind of, oh, that were all the priests in the faith, and there is a point to that, and sometimes I would like to just say that there's more than us just all being priests. That in some sense, the point of having an apostle is not to be led, is to grow the gift of the apostle inside of you, and I do think that we have the capability of doing that, perhaps to a different degree, or to perhaps with a to depending on the other elements in the communion working together as a whole, in order to model to ourselves enough sophistication, because in some sense the dynamism, that you do raise your consciousness being in the right type of culture, and in some sense, you do naturally model how sophisticated and how structured your society is. So in some sense, a lot of these things would be more easily accessible to people, to the extent to which that they're already operative in the models in which people are fundamentally constitute con- constitute constitute their own functioning through, in some sense. Um, just knowing, well, yes, I don't understand that, but if I did want to understand that, I would go to that place at that time and perform that kind of participatory engagement to gain an understanding in that. That you don't have to have an in-depth, detailed understanding, but you would perhaps know the port of call. You would know how to kind of usher yourself into that, and then in some sense, there's enough wherewithal that if you misstepped, that you would also then be perhaps redirected into the proper chain of requisites that was needed in order to properly participate, if you had a failure on that or something like that. And a lot of the time, almost the guiding force in this is the gift of the elder, because the gift of the elder would give you just you know enough of a guidance, in some sense, that you would the gift of the elder is a bit strange, because in some sense it is the embodiment of the concept of trust, because in some sense, you cannot hope to have anything and everything accessible to you, and to make yourself be able to teach yourself anything or something like that, if you are going to invalidate structures of trust. And that's tricky, because some structures of trust are themselves already corrupted, or corruptible, or de facto somewhat suboptimal in terms of being able to kind of keep themselves um, clean, or they're degradable in some sense. And sadly, I mean, that is also because we do not have a singular faith. We haven't yet precipitated that or established that. And there might be some faiths that are better than others or that are good at others, but I mean, I do think in some sense that, and this is hard to talk about it because I'm talking about it in a kind of matter-of-factly sort of way, but the ingredients of it might exist, but it hasn't somewhat manifested in a very robust sort of comprehensive and cohesive sort of way. Um, and I think that some people have taken that to heart incorrectly and said, well, let's stop trying to do that and let's just build a raft as best we can, and and maybe we'll tie all the rafts together. And then what about the rafts of people that say, well, actually, we don't have a raft, we have quite a nice ship, and we could make better ships out of all the material that you've made these rafts out of, but you just want to kind of go along to get along or something like that. And there's a rift between us, there's a difference between us, but how to get people into a better understanding, how to is a question of promotion, is a question of advertisement or something like that. And that is somewhat messy. You have to kind of have the tolerance of being able to kind of say what is somewhat true. Anyway, I am counseling against essentially that a technical subtraction of metafluidity can itself be quite a false rubric or a false. Anyway, I've made that point multiple times. Um, Sorry, let me just think if I finished the point that I was actually talking on. Um, Kind of getting all over the place. When I was saying that there are some types that will be, each type will have its own form of fleshly thinking, and the problem is that some of these fleshly thinking is represented by their parent function in their Kegan stage 4, and that will make each type have its own particular form of potential toxicity. In some sense, that is the thing to guard against, your own fleshly thinking. Let me think. My fleshly thinking in my Kegan stage 4 corresponds. Damn, I should. I'm doing this from memory, so it's slightly dangerous, perhaps. But I believe is. Oh, let me work it out backwards. So if my false prophet is dimension 6, my New Jerusalem is dimension. My false prophet or the tree of life is dimension 6. My New Jerusalem is dimension 5, or the golden root. The halo of my ego is dimension 4. And the death of my superego is dimension 3, which is also the sin of my ego, which is the sin that I have to die for the world to, or whatever, or which is an emergent thing. That sin doesn't just belong to me; it also belongs to the world, because it's an emergent property of my whole metatype. In some sense, that sin is because of the subconscious, because of how the subconscious operates. I will always have that sin, and I will always have to take 100% responsibility for that. And then the torture of the crucifixion is then dimension 2, which is in some sense that is what I have to endure, that I have to actually, and that in some sense makes me, I would say, maybe archetypally the apostle, because dimension 2 is the understanding. In some sense, it is introverted feeling. So I actually have to be able to endure the understanding of, I have to sort of burden myself with other people's rationalization, and I have to work out how to precipitate some kind of outside authority that kind of can condone or justify or mete out some kind of authority over that. Anyway, this is which is all rooted in a kind of common humility as well, by the way, out of that sort of, anyway, and in some sense the actual the subjective, what I just said was in retrospect. What that looks like in practice is essentially synthesizing out of all the flows of all the different types of outside authority, which is generated by everyone's introverted feeling. We need to have a kind of an aware of darkness. And in some sense, I have to be able to tolerate not only, well, so anyway, that's kind of very important for me. And then my fleshly thinking is literally the first dimension of psychological reality, which is the flesh itself, which is that means that my understanding has to be crucified, or my humility has to be crucified as well, or so in some sense the aware of darkness and the outside authority of other people, or actually it's not even the torture is that, yeah, I guess, well, I've just now messed up my own formula, but yeah, in some sense I think that the sin of the world is something is that is the thing that's going both ways, which is essentially I'm just trying to think here. Accepting this, what is the torture? Is the torture the slander of the other people? And then, I think it's. You see, I was actually meaning to reformulate this, so I guess now I've really put it all out there and I look like an idiot. But so I think what it is that the sin is the sin of the world and yourself in an emergent combination. So in some sense, the torture is because of other people's disagreement with your own internal state. So I think that actually the torture, which is the inferior function of the ego, I have to have my own outside authority and my own awareness of darkness. And that is why the crucifixion is torturous to me, is because I have those things which end up precipitating the emergence of sin in the world, or why I see the world to be in sin. And then that collective sin is something that I take 100% responsibility for. But I actually have to, you see, you have to be true to your own torture, because in some sense you can't be numb to it. You can't say, oh, well, they have just as much outside authority as I do. They have just as much of a way dark. No, you have your own, your torture belongs to you. And in some sense it is part of the process of dying to the sin of the world, or of taking the sin of the world on your, burdening that. So you actually have to believe in the disagreement on the level of the torture, that because if you don't agree with the torture, you agree with the forgiveness of the sin, but you also have to understand that the world cannot receive that forgiveness. But you do tender the forgiveness of the sin, but the sin is not the same thing as the torture. So the torture is the actual disagreement, the internal disagreement, which is, somewhat symbolized by the fact that Jesus was silent before his accusers, but that doesn't mean that he agreed with them. But when he received the torture, and in relation to the sin that he was being blamed for, that he was being scapegoated for, he says, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" In which that is the acceptance of the sin of the world. That he is accepting it on his own shoulders. He's not saying the problem is with you. The resultant sin is with me. I am accepting the result of the crucifixion I'm putting the blame of the world on me. Father, why have you forsaken me? I am accepting being forsaken by God because of the sin of the world. So in some sense, he is taking the emergent consequence of the disagreement from the torture. This is very hard because in some sense the material metaphor does not kind of do it exact justice, but that when he says, Father, why have you forsaken me, that then gives him the authority to give himself a back channel to the spirit of man, to the world. So in some sense, then he gets to kind of share a fruit of life with the spirit of man. Um, he gets to kind of do this kind of so you're giving the fruit of life to the spirit of man, but so you're kind of edifying the world tree to some degree, but the world tree does not have, you're not edifying their spirit, you're edifying the spirit of man. That's not the same thing as the spirit of God. The spirit of God then has a chance to grow, perhaps, because the fruit of life has within it, like, let's say, this is such a mixed up metaphor and analogy, but in some sense it has the seed of the spirit of God in it. But maybe it won't take hold, maybe it won't grow. Maybe it's shallow soil, blah, 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 that sort of parable. So the word is given to the world in this sense. The world is given to the spirit of man. When he says, Father, why have you forsaken me? In some sense, he is talking to God, but he is talking to God on behalf of the spirit of man, which he is taking 100% responsibility for, so that he can actually cover his own sin. When I say his own sin, because he owns it now, but it was an emergent sin because of the disagreement that he had with his torture, because him being tortured by the world is in some sense an implicit disagreement that he has with the world, but he is tortured in silence. And the only time that he speaks, he says, Father, have you forsaken me? And that he owns the sin of the world. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so it is his torture. It's not the world's torture, it's his torture. So it's his disagreement with the world, but he doesn't speak on behalf of the torture. Now, the torture itself does hurt the flesh, but the flesh is not the sin. The flesh comes, in some sense, the fleshly thinking comes before the torture, and so the fleshly thinking is what needs to be crucified. So that, in some sense, is the thing that is the thing that needs to be shared. So I think the flesh, you are sharing your flesh with the world, and in some sense you're saying, yes, I do have fleshly thinking. I do have the capacity for fleshly thinking. So the flesh of the mind, in some sense, you have to give a token. You have to allow your flesh to be consumed by the torture. And in some sense, okay, so this is complicated, I guess, but the sacrifice, in some sense, the flesh needs to be sacrificed for the technology of the crucifixion, for the purpose of owning the sin, so that one can then have a real truth. That you can alchemically produce truth out of the way of the crucifixion, out of following the way of the crucifixion, which is the idea that you have to sacrifice your fleshly thinking. And so this is when you see, I mean, this comes out also in what Jesus said, but in some sense, he'd already committed himself to doing this. He already said, well, my own understanding of my own righteousness, of my own proper station, of my own spiritual, the condition of my mind is the only begotten Son, even that is an understanding. Now, if even that is an understanding, and that is the flesh of the understanding, this is in some sense almost the nature of the subconscious itself, that you believe that you understand your beliefs. There's no such thing as understanding your own beliefs in some sense, so they have to be sacrificed for or they have to be capable of being sacrificed. In some sense, to prove your humility on the level of the flesh. And so you see Jesus, in some sense, giving up his own understanding of God, ostensibly, when he says, Father, why have you forsaken me? Well, he's asking God a why question. So then he's saying he doesn't know the answer. So he's saying, in some sense, he's saying, I don't know. And this is kind of very strange, because it's this is the epitome of the formula of the whole thing, is that you're willing to kind of hold your own understanding in abeyance. You're willing to suspend your own understanding for the purpose of manifesting humility. So you are capable of sacrificing your fleshly thinking, because all thinking is fleshly at the end of the day. It all has a fleshly quality to it. You are incarnated. You are in incarnation, right? So anyway, this is why I call myself a kind of an apostle type, because I do think that Jesus was also a metatype 13. And again, I don't know how to conceive of this in terms of everybody else's metatypes, because I do think that there might be 4 metatypes that are themselves projective in nature, that metatype 14s, 15s, 16s, and 17s might all have a bit of a problem. I might have to maybe it's only 3 of them. Maybe it's not 17, because in some sense 17 might be so high. Because in some sense, metatype is named after the dominant function of the unconscious. So a metatype 13 means that the dominant function in their unconscious side of the mind, in their Kegan stage 3, is this 13th dimension of psychological reality, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I hope I said that right. I hope I got that right. Let me just check that. 13, 14, 15. Yeah, I think I'm right about that. And in some sense, it's more complicated than that, because the unconscious side of the mind, when I say that, it's within metatype, not within metagram, because the unconscious side of the mind in metagram is much more complicated. The circuitry of that is, I don't even know how to fully explain that yet, but it'll take me a very long time to muddle through it. But it has a non-linear integration with metatype, so it's just complicated is basically the short answer. But because metatype is actually reordered within metagram circuitry, within, let's say, the reflective nature, because there is an intrinsic reflective nature between 2.5 and 3.5, that the context of the unconscious side of the mind is defined by the bookends of that narcissism gateway filter and the borderline gateway filter, which is something like the portal between 3.5 and stage 4, and on the other side, the portal between the unconscious and the subconscious, which I call the naive narcissistic gateway filter, or whatever, or the narcissistic gateway filter, which is in some sense dirtied by this naive narcissism, which can only be cleaned up from the ego actualizing. The ego actualizing. The ego actualizing the superego to clean up to eventually clean up the dominant function in the subconscious. So yeah, I mean, I do think that the resolution to all these things in some sense is you need a kind of daisy chain of dominant functions that end up kind of governing everything nicely in each in their own sort of quadrant in some sense. Although it is more complicated than that, because the ongoing nature of the crucifixion is 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 the is the is a continuing effort that bridges stage uh, stage 4, Kegan stage 4 and Kegan stage 5, to use that reference. Um, which is essentially the bridge between the ego and the superego. Um, yeah, so I do think that my models essentially have in principle outlined everything that's going on in psychology, but there are obviously some very interesting questions that I haven't resolved the answers to, which is that are when I look at this, when I look at, okay, a metatype 14 crucifying their type, a metatype 15 crucifying their type, are these people still going to be fundamentally troublesome? Because in some sense then when they're crucifying themselves, they're going to be for example, a metatype 14, their fleshly thinking is going to be the second dimension of psychological reality, not the first, which means that they're going to perhaps first of all, they're going to think that they understand things in a very rigid way, because usually it's the parent function, which is the seat of the fleshly thinking in the ego, that is, when you're in Kegan stage 4.5, and in some sense I don't think there's a way, in some sense there is always a stage 4.5 that you have to break through. I don't think that people reach stage 4, or actually they do, I think they do reach stage 4, but they will, it only takes a certain amount of time of treading water in stage 4 before you will kind of create a cozy 4.5, which has a kind of somewhat an impregnation of the 2.5, 3.5 left over. Iniquity is going to be sort of culminated into a de facto 4.5. And so in some sense, I think you almost have to assume that you have a stage 4.5 that is unresolved, which is made up of 2.5 and 3.5. And in some sense, that is also part of a kind of a participatory inculcation of the fact that you have something to be crucifying constantly anyway, that you have something to be vigilant about. Maybe I've just overstepped my own theology and psychology by saying that, because I don't think that you should just enslavishly have a faux humility or something like that. You do have to be a genuine, authentic participant, where it's like, no, 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 I don't see the mistake that I've made here. I see that you've made this mistake here. Let's hash it out. Iron sharpening iron. Like let's work. Either I cut it or you eat it, in terms of that we attain towards a single faith, a single understanding. I think that that then you have a high honor, high trust society and community, and such and such. And when you're unwilling to do that, I mean, well, sometimes it can be a time constraint, I guess. But it's there is I mean, I guess some people don't want to be bogged down in the detail of a particular kind of entrenched argument, because they don't see the other person willing to kind of abstract out from that into a more general sort of thing, or in some sense this can also be problematic, because then you can also have, let's say, a fake narrative or an incorrect reading of something, which is somewhat stabilized by a kind of a half-baked general principle, and they're kind of both codependent on one another. And in some sense that is the whole toxicity of 2.5, 3.5 mirror inception, kind of two mirrors giving you a sense of infinite play and infinite space, and you're bound in a nutshell. Anyway, so I keep on repeating this stuff. So anyway, so talking about a metatype 14, that their fleshly thinking is going to be on the second dimension, then obviously somebody else's fleshly thinking, or that's going to be somebody else's, well, that's going to be my torture. So somebody else's fleshly thinking is my torture, and so then I'm, let's say, hypersensitive to the fact that they are not crucifying their fleshly thinking. So like I'm hypercritical of them because I can tell that I can literally, in some sense, have a special honed in ability to kind of, and this is why certain stations need to be particularly adjacent and adjoined to certain other stations, because some people with their particular psychological profile, you know, have have a certain network of orientation that keeps them in line in terms of a general organizational structure. This is why I think my psychology is so invaluable, because in some sense you can actually delineate these roles on a kind of on a psychometric sort of basis in some sense, or with at least a way of kind of psychometrically kind of validating the organizational structure or something like that. So you can, I mean, I've actually famously done this amazingly in the past, although I have let go of some of these tools and things like that. But I was, this is going to sound, I almost don't want to say this because I'm a little bit afraid to associate myself with this label, but I mean, I helped someone develop human design, which is an astrological kind of thing. And I must say, I don't really like astrology at all. But I, how I helped develop human design was that I created a model of my own psychology that was kind of numerically reductive of the types of things which are, I see them as very much related to the I Ching, like they have 64 gateways or some bullshit like that. And I drew my own psychology in connection with my own star chart, which I didn't even have the star chart worked out, but I gave them enough details of that, and I gave them my a blueprint of all the connections that could be in a psychology. And it did require it required 3 days of a bit of back and forth to somewhat refine that model, because obviously not my own circuitry doesn't have every gateway, is not present on every gateway. So but I could, but at least I have enough reach and awareness within the circuitry that I do have, that I can kind of see the whole territory. That's the marvelous thing about my type, which is in some sense it is somewhat connected to having the gift of the apostle, is that it is actually capable of kind of working out what's going on in the whole system. It has the tool sets to build that kind of awareness, which many people can't do independently. It's not possible for them. And you can say that that's unfair or whatever, but it just is what it is. Um, in some sense, some people actually have the capability to. I mean, Jordan Peterson somewhat makes this point when he's talking about. I can't remember what the heading of this lecture was, but I think he was talking about psychometry and IQ, and he was talking about and essentially how you can't solve a lot of problems as easily as the left thinks it can by just sort of giving everyone a basic income grant. And he gives a very succinct argument, uh, which is an inductive argument, that essentially he doesn't believe that you could just provide people a basic income grant and you would have a kind of better society. That essentially people need responsibility, they need to orientate themselves within a culture, and that he said himself that he only met one person in his life who was incredibly intelligent and who was incredibly talented, who he thought he was the only person that he'd ever met that would be able to basically be able to be given a grant, essentially, or a basic income, and then sort of live responsibly and live, let's say, without kind of collapsing in on themselves. And I do think the whole I've made arguments in some of my other recordings of why the basic income grant is fundamentally unwholesome, because in some sense it expects people to at base have responsibility, but at the same time it gives them a perverse incentive to sort of become more dependent or codependent in a weird kind of cult of sympathy extraction as well. So I think it ends up, in some sense, it might be good for, depending on the health of the culture already, it might be good. But if the culture is already kind of suboptimal, you're really going to create a lot of disgusting, perverse incentives to anyway. I didn't properly go through that issue, but it's an interesting topic to bring up because it kind of puts all these things into a moral question, into a sociological question, and into showing how important individual psychology is, rather than just trying to tend to people like a kind of like a generalization or a sociological reduction, and just how what a slippery slope that sort of is essentially, which is generally a theme that I've been trying to bring up in me babbling about all this stuff. But okay, so let me go back to what I was talking about. The basic income grant um, is was related to the concept of um, in some sense the reflection between the two gateways, which then can create this kind of trick, which gets consolidated into a 4.5 cult, or a 4.5 sort of culture of sympathy extraction. And that 4.5ness is in some sense something I was trying to say and argue that in some sense we shouldn't assume that people are 4.5, but our procedure of communication should have a kind of sensitivity to, because in some sense you have to say, it sounds to me like you're being a 4.5, as a way to unpack, as a way to dig in, as a way to hash it out. That we're not saying, oh, you are a 4.5 and I'm a 5, or I'm a 5 and you're a 4.5, or I'm a 4.5 and you're a 5. We kind of have to be able to say, okay, well, that sounds 4.5 to me, and I understand that what I'm saying here sounds like 4.5 to you. And then how do we hash it out? How do we dig into it? And in some sense, trying to sort of claim the 5, trying to claim the Kegan stage 5 is just, no, you're stepping on my Kegan stage 5 status. Fuck off. Like you step. I'm going to recede. I'm going to slink away. I'm going to withdraw. So in some sense, I do think that we need to find a way to revel in the 4.5ness of it all, in a way that is respectful, that is tentatively saying, and in some sense, people will even explicitly caveat and qualify what they say in order to be precise. And when you can do that in a very kind of honest way, and Evan is certainly very good at providing these caveats and things like that, at making very clear communication. Um, in some sense, that is a very good bridging environment, I would even say. Um, an environmental, a field of environmental bridginess or something like that. But in some sense, I do think that like once a model of Kegan stage 5 is achieved, that it should not have an environmental an environmental sort of bridginess. Hmm. That there are, let's say, ways to induct people, there are ways to proselytize, and there are ways to kind of feel general interest and things like that. But I mean, obviously, I don't necessarily believe that there should be this hard boundary of now you've crossed the line and now you're out and you're in, or something like that. I do believe that there can be quite a lot of gradation of partial inclusivity and partial inculcation and partial sharing. Um, but yeah, I mean, there is something, to use an example of something that I agree with in the principle of a religion, but disagree with in the principle of a secular set of states or whatever, is that, in the European Union, they have this kind of mantra of ever closer integration and union. That doesn't work for nations. That doesn't work for big secular institutions. But in some sense, I do think that there has to be the idea that we are attaining towards some kind of objective justification within our own individual psychologies. Obviously, we can't expect that kind of, otherwise there is no personability. We can't just sort of say, okay, we've solved all these problems on a structural level, on a cultural level, and now we're all just kind of automatically made naked in the eyes of each other. There is a kind of, I don't know all the proper words for this. I think there's a word that means, I'm going to say the wrong word probably, because I don't know what word I'm even looking for, but I think there's a word that kind of means this kind of stuff. I think it's consanguinity, consanguination, which means something about, man, these are old words that I've read so many years ago, but it's something about the contiguous nature of character and characterological integration into a spiritual culture of brotherhood in some sense. That, a kind of, not a kind of a general reduction of a kind of the model of a faith, but an actual. Anyway, I don't mean this to sound harsh at all or like I'm critiquing. I guess I'm just trying to add a whole slew of commentary which people might already be very familiar with. But just pointing it out as a form of emphasis. But in some sense, the proof, I think, is in the pudding in terms of its ability to the level of integration, the level of the ability to create a dynamic, workable, eminently accessible way in which the integrity of the individual is not made into like a one-size-fits-all cookie-cutter, sort of set of rules, that it is sort of organic enough. But obviously, things need managers and leaders, and there needs to be prerogative in essentially, but there are wonderful things that I would even read out. Which I don't feel that it might be safe for me to do so. But anyway, at least not in this form of this recording, which I think are eminently sort of common sense sort of boundaries in which certain organizational structures have to be able to maintain that level of functional sensitivity to certain ethical standards of somewhat creative openness, but also the integrity of and independence of individuals to evaluate reality for themselves and such on an ongoing basis. And that is not to mean that essentially, oh, well, because I'm allowed to evaluate for myself, I can just make demands and extract sympathy. There's this tremendous problem when you think about things like removing money from society, that you also then make everything, or if you are going to replace, or it depends, I guess, what you're going to replace it with, but if you are going to try to replace money with a political structure and with, let's say, some kind of social status that is somewhat also politically managed, then you've got really an authoritarian or tyrannical structure. So I mean, how you kind of, it would be much better to work out procedures of justice in which, um, anyway, if you can't work out processes that ameliorate, let's say, conditions or ameliorate problems that crop up, then in some sense, either the problem is the people themselves, or the problem is the hard structures, or maybe a gap in some of the soft structures necessary to having an evolved community or an evolved structure in society. Um, and I must say, I'm very keen on solving these problems, because I do think that these are, in some sense, the perennial problems, and to the extent to which that they're put on the back burner, we are just, in the meantime, always creating disgusting, half-baked, fudged monstrosities, and we end up throwing away more of the baby in the bathwater every time we try to have essentially a new re-emergence of some kind of Napoleonic lowest common denominator abortion of a cultural settlement, um, and we end up passing the buck forward. And I do think that it behooves us to not be seditious, to not be revolutionary, but to be revolutionary in our spirit, not in our, not in profaning the state. And in some sense, when confidence is low, in some sense, you could even think that there would be even more room, that if someone actually did have a model for a new way of doing things, that they could find a way to peaceably do it within a Western-style liberal democracy, within the default system of capitalism. Because just because you live in a capitalistic system doesn't mean that you can't win and buy your freedom from the market collectively with other fellows, and create a structure that doesn't have the residue of that by its own internal machination and constitution and way of organization. And if you can't do that, then maybe you don't deserve to restart society. Maybe you don't deserve, if you can't build it from the ground up, if you can only do it by sequestering the system and at the point of a gun, or at the point of some other half-baked moral revolution that is based on a false consciousness, or these weird kind of promises that are based essentially on some kind of sociological reductive narrative, in which, it's necessary. um, I'll just point you again to in a lot of my last recordings, I've been kind of, I don't know if I explicitly said to go listen to the Coldplay song. I can't even remember what the Coldplay song is called, but I did actually sing the lyric. Well, I didn't sing it, but I mentioned the lyrics of it in my last recording. I used to rule the world, seas would rise when I gave the word. That is something of the Kegan stage 2 of the subconscious, the belief that your beliefs can kind of be right. Now in the morning I sleep alone, or is it now in the evening I sleep alone, and in the morning I sweep the streets that I used to own. That's something like the unconscious. Revolutionaries wait with my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string, or who would ever want to be king? And in some sense, I think that that is something of the drowning king in the pool of the underworld, in the Jungian prophecy of the drowning king in the pool in the underworld, or in the cave. Um, and the drowning king has a promise. He says, "Whoever will save me, whoever will save sovereignty from the dark cave of principles, and the murky, mucky pool of dark water where sovereignty is drowning. Whoever will save the drowning king and will save sovereignty, he will place into his right hand the philosopher's stone and the morning star." I think I misquoted it in my last recording. When I spoke about this. This was the recording that was about the commons. So 27 minutes recording about the commons, I think. And whoever will save the drowning king, the drowning sovereign, the concept of sovereignty, the principle of sovereignty, he will place into his right hand the philosopher's stone and the morning star. That is a Jungian prophecy. And I have come to fulfill that prophecy. That is how I see myself functioning in this world. And I believe that the way to bring about sovereignty is both through the soft power of the reformation of psychology and the hard power of the reformation of the legal traditions of this world, of so many that are wicked and suboptimal and do not have the rule of law in them. Anyway, and that is my 3.5 iron sharpening iron. And I can only argue that I'm relatively justified in making those claims. And if you disagree with me, I will be completely open to saying that I might be wrong in the framework of hashing that out. So anyway, so I would like to almost say that in my rambling way, perhaps I've reached full circle of a QED. But anyway, that's my testimony at least, because that's the end of this recording. Just to conclude some of the threads that I had left open there right at the end, I do think that the kind of, let's say, fluidity and harmony, which even Evan described from Kegan Stage 5, I think is properly managed by, in some sense, the development or the, let's say, the growth of the New Jerusalem, of the dominant function of the superego. Because in the way that develops, it somewhat steelmans the subconscious from its own toxicity, and then it allows you to take more responsibility, let's say, in relation to the subconscious structures in other people in some sense. Now, because in some sense, at the end of the day, I think in Kegan Stage 5, you can get into a kind of unicode of sharing subconscious apperception in some sense, because in some sense if you have the same way of thinking, if you have the same kind of internal procedure of this crucifixion Kegan Stage 5, then it's very easy to be able to use, because in some sense all the content of the subconscious itself is always tentative. It's just a kind of, it's like, well, this is how I see the land, this is how I see the land. And in some sense, the contradistinction in the sight over the subconscious, because it's essentially you share a responsible oversight that is in quality the same as other people's oversight, you can essentially conjoin both of your gifts and your powers in conjunction over oversight of the same issue. And in some sense, obviously, some people, if they're tending to a different level of the problem or something like that, so in some sense there might be a level of incommensurability in that, oh well, obviously the lay of the land that I am surveying is not the lay of the land that you are surveying, or something like that. And in terms of, so in some sense you are all judges and rulers in your own managerial subset of the subconscious or whatever, but you can still gain, at least in principle, a kind of a collaborative understanding of essentially the types of, the types of defects, the types of misalignment in terms of, so anyway, and this is somewhat perhaps involved in, see, everything that I say is like some type might not have the same access to that aspect, because in some sense, anyway, because their particular form of I don't even know how to word it, interpersonal, relational, anyway, anyway, so I mean, obviously, people will have different tool sets in some sense, um, and some of those tool sets will have a weakness in some sense. But then it's important to know, in some sense, the in some kind of template the boundaries and of the different, because in some sense I do think without a proper understanding of psychology we get into this idea that somehow we are all the example of the everyman, and that I think is a very, then you'll basically end up producing the French model of the Napoleonic corruption, which is essentially everything must be assimilated into the culture. um, Anyway, and this harkens back to the idea that we need to have some kind of courthouse and a soft power as well as a hard power, not just a cultural soft power that guides things, but also structures of hard power that anyway, uh, which are in some sense, and they both need to work in tandem, or they need to be anyway. I'm saying things that but so anyway, just on the personal scale, when I kind of got to the end of my last recording, I was sort of insinuating, perhaps, or somewhat perhaps implying or suggesting, or I could have been seen to do that, and making an incorrect suggestion um, that there isn't a core stability within Kegan Stage 5. And I think that there is, in principle, a kind of core stability that can eventually kind of round itself out nicely. But in some sense, the New Jerusalem does have to grow into a kind of stable context, which is something like the current environment, the current socio-political, but also, like in terms of the current zeitgeist, that, within the context of a kind of social uh, within some kind of stable medium. Obviously, this is fundamentally problematic when there is no such thing as a kind of a stable context, because then, I mean, essentially, if you are living in an anarchism, and sometimes you meet someone who thinks that they're the Queen of Spain, and you meet someone who's a Napoleonic general, and then you meet someone who's a warlord, and you meet someone who's a sort of a crusader knight, and you meet someone who's a kind of um, sort of tree hugging sort of hippie or something like that, and all these things are in your environment, and you live with no government, with no state, with no nation, with no tribe, uh, um, you don't have the requisite, let's say, landscape to survey that's stable enough through which that you can have any kind of purpose that isn't just going to be radically I mean, in some sense, I would say that in such a situation, the point would be to develop some kind of contiguous cultural substructure within which, because in some sense, otherwise we are just purely conditioned by environment. In some sense, without the mental projection of a mental scape, a mindscape, a mind medium, which, in some sense, that mental projection is like the dream of society, our dream, our vision, through within which we can make meaning of things. Otherwise, there is, so in some sense, there is a stability in some sense that is almost the source of that stability is something like the concept, the symbolic concept and archetype of a New Jerusalem, which comes right at the end of the dream in St. John of Patmos's dream in Revelations, the dream of St. John at Patmos. Um, and anyway, so sorry, I've kind of lost my thread slightly, but the functional thing here is that I do think that in some sense the annexation of the child function of the superego by Kegan Stage 4, combined with um, uh, the New Jerusalem, which is the dominant function of the superego, which is exactly the preceding dimension of cognitive reality just before the false prophet. Essentially, means that the false prophet transforms into the tree of life, and then you have a completely different kind of, it's interesting when it talks about the New Jerusalem, it talks about that the roads are made of glass, and it talks about the trees that have like 1,000 fruits or something like they, the number 12 and 1,000 is somewhat used. 12 types of fruit and 1,000 of each fruit or something like that. I can't, probably misquoting it. And then the water in the city, which sort of nourishes everything, that has all these sorts of these, and I do think that in some sense that, perhaps right at the start of this, the trees are fed this water, but then the fruit haven't yet sort of, the fruit still has to grow on the tree in some sense. And so when the New Jerusalem is itself new, everything is in place, but the fruit hasn't yet uh, um, had time to grow on those trees. And so there's an acclimatation, and I've also corresponded this with essentially the detoxification of the subconscious is the reclamation of those values in the great city of Babylon, the reclamation of the blood of the saints which are in the stone of the great city of Babylon, which essentially is then transferred and grows in the New Jerusalem. So the dominant function in the superego is growing ripe fruit at the expense of the deflation of the subconscious dominant function. So I think that in some sense, the subconscious's dominant function becomes a bit of a husk of what it used to be. And so there's a kind of, maybe I shouldn't even say that. In some sense, maybe it's not even technically a husk, but it becomes completely disassociated from the child function in the subconscious. So the subconscious child function, maybe that's the thing that I need to, because in some sense that's perhaps if you follow the analogy, that's the whore of Babylon, is the child function in the subconscious. So maybe it's actually just the child function. Um, which was the child function of the subconscious is also the sin of the superego. But obviously, in some sense, it was never the sin before because it never had. The false prophet can't sin because it didn't have a backstory. It could always just change its backstory. It could always just, and in some sense, so it never had a trial and a sin because it was always gifting those to the subconscious. The subconscious was always just given a death and a lust. That was sort of the gift of the false prophet. And so when you kind of bring the child function of the subconscious back within the orbit and the ambit of the superego, then I wonder, in some sense, that sin wouldn't be a sin; it would actually be redemption. So the child of the subconscious would be redeemed, and then perhaps that would be the new earth and the new heaven as well, perhaps. But actually, I mean, I haven't given this much thought. Essentially, I've thought about the subconscious in terms of the dominant function, but I haven't thought about the subconscious in terms of its death and the lust specifically. So maybe between the death and the lust, both of them together are the new earth and the new heaven. Maybe the death becomes the new heaven and the earth, sorry, and the lust becomes the new earth in this redeemed state. And I know that it seems that I've put them back to front there, but I still am inclined to associate the child function of the subconscious to the new earth, and the death of the subconscious, now redeemed, would be the new heaven, that the heaven would precede the earth. Um, 'Cause, 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 and the child function would be the new earth under heaven, under the mandate. And so in that sense, it kind of, anyway, I mean, that's a motif anyway, but I mean, so I'm using it as a metaphor. So that's how I wish to express it at this time. Obviously, I can't sort of tie it all too nicely together with a bow, but that in some sense, then you've broken the pattern of the false ego complex, the pattern that always started with the death and the lust. Well, in some sense, started with a floating parent function, a floating enticed lust, and then that floating enticed lust, the seduction of the serpent, which then led to Eve falling, the lust, the knowledge of good, the seduction of the knowledge of good, Eve, and then offering it to Adam, and then Adam precipitating the death. So, the lust precipitates the death in some sense, because Adam is conditioned by the lust, and the lust comes before, is first, and the death is second. That first, the pride before the fall, as they say, the pride of the knowledge of good and evil, and then the fall and the death in the day. Well, the death the death. I've redefined death as being the conditioning, the limiting of the use of that function. So it's interesting that I do always see that generally the lust precedes the death, even though epistemologically in the cognitive stack, the lust has sort of jumped a step, like the serpent did not seduce Adam, the serpent seduced Eve, and Eve came from Adam. So anyway, archetypally, you can see how this kind of lines up. But I'm just trying to think how that would affect systemically the rest of the subconscious, because then how would that new earth and the new heaven relate to the subconscious? Does the subconscious fall away and just be left with this proto new earth and new heaven, and the rest of the subconscious essentially lies fallow? Maybe that is the completion of it all. That therefore the dominant function of the subconscious would be completely defunct and nothing would exist there. Now that's a bit weird, because in some sense that you can't have a hole in your cognition, perhaps. Or maybe you can. Let's see, if I had a hole in that cognition, that would mean that I would lose the ninth dimension of psychological reality if I didn't do anything on there. In some sense, maybe it frees up those things. Maybe that also gets adjoined off. Maybe in some sense it just actually those cognitive functions gets liberated by the metatype and they become completely free. And in some sense that would mean that that would be the definition of the gift, of the true gift of the type that was being hidden, is that the dominant function of the subconscious then becomes the first liberated cognitive function. And then the parent function would also then be free. Then perhaps they would all be free, maybe growing from that sort of new cycle of personality and new cycle of action. Okay, so maybe there is a way to overturn metatype. So I mean, I've been saying for a while now, recently, that you kind of are bound within metatype, and it's sort of, and you never kind of grow out of it. That you just get a golden circuitry. I think that might still have a semblance of truth in it, because in some sense I think that you can't forget your origin story, and it's important to have that origin story because it is somewhat allows you to transcend the problem of the false ego complex. That then when you are confronted with the model of the false ego complex, you have some way to what's the word? To deprogram the because in some sense it's like a virus. It's like I can't think of an analogy. It's like the Matrix. It's literally like a slave. It's a slave morality. I mean, that's what the false ego complex is. It's essentially, it's especially in the metagram circuitry. It's kind of like a slave morality. But it is problematic because when you unplug yourself from it, you can't really save other people from it. Like imagine if you were trying to save people from the Matrix, but you couldn't plug yourself into the Matrix. Then you would just have to like unplug them at the back of their head, put them through acupuncture so that their muscles could grow and move, and then they would wake up and then they would scream like, what is this? Like they would they wouldn't know which one was real and which one was insane or something like that. But so this is sort of the problem of being able to retain sanity. You kind of have to know your true origin and have evolved through the fall. The kind of the technology of the tree of life or something like that. The technology of retracing and recollecting the tree of life to then have a full mastery over the subject in some sense, so that you can actually deserve your own sanity, deserve your own free will, that you have a justified understanding, that you're not merely just trying to be a spoilt subconscious at the end of the day because you never actually cleansed your subconscious of its kind of. And this is the problem, is that some people can actually avoid the filth in their subconscious without cleansing it, which in some sense is not good enough. And these are the people that reach enlightenment, but they don't understand their own enlightenment. They can't help other people not being enlightened. They can't help other people into enlightenment because they don't understand their own enlightenment, because in some sense their enlightenment is actually not justified, because it has to be justified by the understanding, which is in some sense a weird kind of tentative thing in itself, because it can understanding is only expressible in via negativa, essentially. So in some sense by cross-examination, by blah blah blah. Anyway, by perhaps rebuke as well, by anyway. Moving on. Anyway, so I am very pleased with myself that maybe I've made now some progress. I'm going to have to make a new beginning section of this recording where I apologize that I am essentially not talking directly about what Evan is saying, but I'm kind of being inspired by the subject matter and sort of using it as a bit of an orthogonal shoehorn for me to get into my own thinking. So, in some sense, it's not directly pertinent to his talk. I mean, in some sense, I have probably retraced perhaps a lot of the things that he's going to cover in his third lecture. So it'll be very interesting to see the contrast between the subject matter that I've gone through and how he uh, goes through those very. I mean, in some sense, I think I've made a lot of general comments that are kind of on that subject matter in general. So it'll be very interesting to see what he has to say about that. And in some sense, yeah, a lot of what I'm saying is probably incredibly preemptive. It's sort of already anticipating what he might say, or sort of a weird kind of nebulous worry about what he might say about that. So I've kind of sort of, maybe I'll try to upload this recording and offer it to him to take a look at as a kind of, I mean, in some sense, the organization of my thoughts here are so sort of orthogonal in their nature that they might just not be commensurate with what he's thinking about, but maybe he'll find some metaphorical parallel, or at least something to think about, something for him to either contradict or see if he can reconstitute it in his own philosophy and his own experience of I mean, I really like how he has tried to generalize things. I do think there's a lot of value to that, because it gives me a really nice point of contact in order to kind of contextualize what I have done within my own Taoist research, in some sense, if I can describe it like that. My own Taoistic recapitulate. I mean, I don't know if I could even describe it like that, but I mean, in my own alchemical research, I guess, in the kind of on the shoulders of Carl Jung, on the shoulders of also Scientology, I would say. Um, or at least being heavily informed from those sources, um, which are themselves obviously deeply embedded in many other thinkers and philosophers that they have integrated and synthesized and blah blah blah. Anyway, yeah, it is always very sobering for me to hear what Evan says on these topics, because they really do give me a sort of like a point of contact of sort of conducting my thinking in a way in which at least I can roughly have a kind of anchor point, or a kind of a touchstone of sort of seeing it in a general context of perhaps even a worldly context as well, but in terms of, you know, how my own thinking might relate in a more, in the valence of a more sort of pluralistic school of interpretation, so that I can perhaps find a language to kind of more particularly make my point, and to perhaps advance arguments that I think might be important pieces that people might be overlooking and such. But yeah, I mean, I must say, I so much enjoy when I talk to Jungians, because ones that know a lot about, or I mean, essentially just having the cognitive functions, just having 8 cognitive functions, because I mean, or I guess it's because my own system, I have recoded my 17 cognitive functions to relate to the 8 Jungian cognitive functions. So there's 17 cognitive functions in my system, but there are 2 introverted intuitions. There are 3 extroverted feelings. There are 3 introverted intuitions. There are 2 introverted feelings. There are 2 extroverted intuitions. Um, there are 2 extroverted senses, extroverted sensings. There are 2 introverted sensings. Um, I think I've gone through everything. Oh, there's 1 extroverted intuition. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. There's 1 extroverted thinking. Uh, sorry, let me just repeat that about extroverted intuition, because there are 2 extroverted intuitions. There is 1 extroverted thinking. So that is, in some sense, that's a bit of an anomaly, that there's only 1 extroverted thinking, but there are other peculiar things, and also the particular ordering of them is very important, because they have subcomponents and they lead into one another. I mean, it's a deep theory of mind. It's much more complicated than Jungian sort of cognitive functions, but you also have to understand the basis of Jungian cognitive functions is Platonic alchemical thinking. It is the divided line that has been sort of subtracted into 3 different, at least 3 or 4 different domains. And this is covered in Jung's book, Alchemy, Platonism and Alchemy, by Carl Jung. And when you see his table of tetralogies, that is something of the proto source of Jungian cognitive functions in their essence. Um, then it gets somewhat much more complicated than that in my model, but because of, anyway, I'm not gonna talk about that. That's in other recordings. I mean, this is why I've got like 60 hours of talk about psychology on my YouTube channel. But how unconscious circuitry works, how karma works, is a very. But now I have to think anew, afresh these things, because now I'm wondering. I think I found a way out of the metatype. So if I found a way out of the metatype, then there will perhaps be a much more direct way to just deal with the 17 model. So that's life back with the 17 model. But is it still rooted in the superego? So if the superego becomes, in fact, the golden circuit, not the unconscious, but I do want to say that let's say, the half gold, half iron unconscious circuitry should not be forgotten, because to the extent that it's forgotten, then you kind of lose your way to kind of resolve the false ego complexes of others, because then in some sense you will look strange to them, perhaps, or you will. Anyway, I mean, I perhaps just talked myself through a breakthrough in my own theory, and I still need to sit with that, perhaps, and to integrate it, and to see all its other avenues. So, anyway, um, certainly a useful recording for me. I don't know if I should even address it to other people. It always seems somewhat selfish, but anyway, I think there might be some interesting aspects of this which Evan might find useful in his next session on the Stoa, but I mean, I won't be prescriptive in offering it to him. And I need to make a new cover note talking about the orthogonal nature of all of this recording. I mean, I've really thought about it for like 2 minutes now, and I feel like I just need to add on this addendum that I think that in some sense you do need to reserve, let's say, the golden iron circuit in the unconsciousness just to kind of root your own Kegan stage 4 crucifixion, and therefore preserve the sanctity of the recapitulation of the superego, which then frees at least half of the latter half of the subconscious to add to the pool of freedom, of completely repurposed sort of freedom. But so just continuing there, so for example, then my free theta would continue to include from the crucifixion and from the child function in the superego, which is I analogize to the halo, or maybe now I'll have to transfer the halo onto the dominant function in the subconscious. So there's a dominant function in the subconscious. The parent function of the subconscious would also be liberated. And then the inferior function and the trial of the inferior function and the trial of the subconscious, which is also repurposed as the unconscious's death and lust. I think the unconscious does not get reordered from the bottom. It gets reordered from the top. That it gets directed. That the so there's a teleportation that's kind of happening there perhaps as well, but it's sort of that there is, I think, there's a break point. There is, in some sense, maybe it's the division. This is going to sound. This is perhaps the wrong analogy to draw, but in some sense, when it talks about the firmament that divides the heaven and the earth, and the firmament, or no, I don't want to talk. This is not the firmament, but this is, I think, the dividing the waters from the waters. The division of the waters from the waters, I think, is analogous to this, but I'm referring to things like a mystic and not fully explaining them. But anyway, that I think that the unconscious side of the mind, we have to know that we have a way to deal with terra incognita, that we need to essentially know that we have a second foil, a second valence of ourselves. In some sense, we can't forget our origin story. I think that we will have to have a break between the subconscious, which is being reordered from the newly reformed and newly re-established superego, and then the unconscious. So there's a kind of that, essentially the end of the line, the end of the road is the subconscious, and then every new cycle of action starts in the unconscious. So it's a repartitioning. That would be the word. Is that basically you repartition after the procedures that I've just explained. There's a repartitioning, and that repartitioning is made on the seam at which the subconscious and the, because essentially you have already rehabilitated your unconscious, and your unconscious is also how you are plugged into everybody else's karma, because in some sense you transcend karma, you don't defeat it, or you continually defeat it by continually transcending it, but you don't ever kill karma. You don't, you transmute it. You're constant, you become a transmuter. You become, to use an analogy in the Freeman legal realm, you become a creditor in commerce. So you are the eternal creditor. So that doesn't mean that debtorship isn't possible. Some other people are. So in some sense, you're not just preserving your unconscious side of the mind out of the sympathy that somebody else might have a false ego complex, and you might need to know how to troubleshoot that and how to relate to them, which you're going to forget how to relate to people that have the the false ego complex. You're going to forget how to prevent yourself from having their false consciousness projected onto you and then part of your circuitry. If you just leave your own you have to preserve your own unconscious body, your own sort of incarnated iron to the, you are still will only ever look as iron to the world, but essentially you will be self-confident enough in your own golden circuitry that you can conserve and preserve your own self-internal efficacy. In some sense, to put this in a pragmatic way, to put this in a practical way, it doesn't matter what is going on in your society, you will still have high status in terms of your own serotonin brain functioning, basically is what I'm saying. You will still have, you will still be able to walk around like a top lobster with your shoulders, I don't know, all the, what is it, shoulders back, head up sort of thing, or whatever. I don't know if there's a better way of describing that physically, but is what I'm saying is that you can still have that in yourself, and you don't need, let's say, you don't need the validation of other circuits within the unconscious context, but it is also, that is also the field through which that you can actually connect with other people as well. That, in some sense, that's also where the benign narcissism is, in some sense, because we can, because and you're so good at dancing around people calling you a narcissist or a toxic narcissist, that then you're capable of explaining yourself and justifying yourself, and then even dropping that and picking up a different sort of semblance of belief or something like that. But the problem is that there are sometimes hard lines that can't be crossed, because sometimes the false authority that is being brought to bear against you is kind of so tyrannical and so sort of toxic in its own internal twisted machination, and its own sort of, that it takes on the role of the inquisitor. It places itself as a judge over you and an inquisitor to kind of requisition the requisite, sort of, so the, anyway, I mean, this is how I kind of tremendously disrespect the legal system in France, um, as being just completely beyond the pale. I mean, it's just fundamentally corrupt. Um, and in some sense, it is built on this idea that the culture itself is your church. That the French atmosphere is a one giant circus tent of the same faith, and it has this kind of intrinsic bestowed high status, or the just for belonging and to exalt the French culture. This is, in some sense, I think, what I would call potentially 4.5 variants of how people want to do game B are perhaps capable of being self-defeating, or capable of not realizing their own sort of corruption that they're mixing in with the process that they're trying to pursue or promulgate. But anyway, so yeah, anyway, I just but so in some sense, I do think that there is this very useful idea of partitioning the unconscious away from the subconscious. That's interesting, because I mean, I have also in the procedure of talking about just development and arrested development, of essentially trying to inherit whatever was good from the subconscious and to try to rebuild that within the terms, within the framework of the unconscious itself, which can be quite a daunting task, because some people that have double circuits in their personality style, in their metagram circuitry, what I just said, if you do what I just said, you will develop bipolar, essentially. Because if you have only developed one half of your circuitry in your unconscious circuitry, and then you try to recapitulate yourself in terms of the unconscious itself, you will make yourself vulnerable to all your own circuitry, which was before dormant and latent. And that can be dangerous, without some kind of guidance. And in some sense, I think without the framework of already established sort of Kegan stage 5 culture, or some kind of integration within culture, um, without enough understanding of Kegan stage 5, even sort of Kegan stage 4 will not be enough to save people from perhaps being trapped endlessly in their unconscious side of the mind, which I already spoke about. That, you kind of get into a anyway, I think usually people that are bipolar, though, have actually correctly, they don't have usually a 2.5 gateway problem. They have a 3.5 gateway problem, which has inculcated within it an internal tension between their two circuits. So they don't actually have like a narcissistic problem. They have a borderline type problem. And in some sense, this is in the history of my own testimony, of my own self development, where I have even described myself as an inverted borderline. And in some sense, I have been an inverted borderline, because my one circuit your one circuit is never going to be on the same page as your other circuit, especially not with my circuitry. Some people's circuitry, they can have both circuits on the same page. Bipolar type 2 people have, in some sense, they have a type of double circuitry, but they don't have two independent circuits. The type of my metagram that I have has two independent circuits. So in some sense, I'm like two people in one. I have two karmic strategies that could both fulfill the mandate of my superego. So in some sense, I'm a 2-for-1, and I have a complete ability to have. So my metagram circuitry is multifaceted in some sense, and that makes it much more complicated for someone with my type of circuitry to develop, because in some sense you have to know which one to sacrifice to advance the other one, because in some sense, unless there's better information, I mean, with more psychological guidance, I think a lot of this kind of, I mean, in some sense, you need a developmental coach that actually understands your own internal psychology, which has never existed before, because my models have not been made available yet, even still to this day, because I need to write a book, and I probably need the help from other people in order to kind of in some sense, actually, I could do it all myself, I think. Maybe it wouldn't be onto the same par, but it would be good enough. But the problem, what's holding me back from doing it, is actually simply being slightly lacking in some of the tools in order to do it. I don't know how to code, so I can't display all the different types as easily as I might want to, because I could do that all by hand, uh, but I'm lazy to do that, also because of the iterative nature of having to kind of change how to display it, because I haven't, yeah. So, but anyway, I guess these are things that I could work through. But some sense, just not having someone to communicate it to is a huge problem, because not having an audience, in some sense, I'm simulating a dialogue right now, because in some sense, I mean, my better recordings are probably ones in which I'm responding to somebody else's already established position, because then already my context is bounded. Whereas if I just write a book, it's sort of like I'm sort of reaching out into the ether, and I always try to imagine every possible audience that might be reading this book, and so I end up writing it in such a dry fashion that it's really. But I can do it with a certain level of technical precision, but it's so. This is the problem. Beliefs don't have built-in context, and so it can blah blah blah. I mean, I guess, yeah, I'm sort of a victim of my own isolation, which is somewhat of a. of a natural consequence of my own sort of specialization, but also being untethered from any kind of conventional station in life. I don't have a title. I don't have a I don't have access to contact the people that I have in the past had very deep in it. I mean, I guess I should maybe try to read out to John Vervaeke. Even Jordan Peterson, I think, would. Anyway, I mean, or that would certainly make the work more accessible to other people just by the name recognition. But I mean, yeah, I've always tried to think how to. I mean, there are other ports of call that perhaps I have more access to. Um, Perhaps I should exhaust those first before I try to call down some kind of Hail Mary. But I mean, the problem with dealing with people in psychology is just the critique that I have on the field itself, especially in personality theory, is well, I know that psychology is not really interested at all. They want to fumble their way into understanding what's going on, and that's not really possible. And in some sense, I have kind of made a bridge from philosophy through phenomenology to psychology, and actually have a full, robust, philosophically defensible deep theory of mind and model of cognition. Um, Whereas the problem is, in some sense, that the big five, for instance, is trying to uncover those cognitive functions, which you can't uncover cognitive functions. The big five, in some sense, they don't even know if it should be five or seven or eight or whatever. But in some sense, five seems to be pretty irreducible, so they call it the big five. But you can't sort of end up creating a psychometric kind of computational procedure that lets you discover the cognitive functions so that you have something that are worthy scientifically, supposedly, to sort of. Sometimes you can maybe use psychometry to validate a very sophisticated model, but you're not going to go from simple to complex. You're not going to evolve a science of the mind. It's going to be much more like the kind of the Noam Chomskyan sort of idea that language comes all at once. It doesn't. It does. You don't evolve there. It comes as an entire engine, essentially. And in the same way, metaphysics is much in the same way, which is closer to what Evan was talking about in sort of his virtualism of talking about the quantum mechanics sort of hypergraph sort of thing. Although I do think that my model probably does have a direct correlation to quantum mechanics, because in the four field circuits there are six spins in each field, um, and then understanding that human beings have a collection of a smattering of these of components of different circuits, that they're in more than one field, and in some sense they straddle the line between transferring information from one field to another field. So there are four distinct field circuits, and therefore they can each have their own charge and each have their own memory, and let's just say their own particular, let's say, karmic load of which are themselves fundamentally nebulous, because in how they can be converted from one field to another anyway. So, in some sense it's interesting that it's weird as well that how much of an analogy it might be, that, because essentially there are 6 spins in subatomic particles, and there are 6 components of each field circuit. And there's an there's another there's another stripe of interdivision between those things, which is hard to that each field circuit has essentially 3 natures, and those 3 distinct natures. Um, no, I don't think nature would be the right way to subdivide that distinction, but perhaps to call it, at least in terms of agency, when agents are dealing in field circuits, they can only ever, so the things that are capable of exchanging charge from one field into charge of another field, into sublimating and into transferring that, those things can only come in 3 varieties. But in some sense, that is to do with metatype. That's to do that distinctiveness. So there are 3 types of converters. There are three distinct types of converters, but that distinction is itself not important to the field itself, to the actual field circuits themselves. They don't really know that there are 3 distinct forms of conversion. So they're agnostic on the way in which that things can convert from one field circuit to another field circuit. Anyway, I'm sure everything that I'm saying might have a very interesting metaphorical parallel to what someone is doing in quantum mechanics. But in some sense, I do think that is also perhaps the validation of my psychological modeling, is that it is, well, I mean, I'm saying this beyond knowing this, but I would say that it is probably as complex as quantum mechanics, and it probably resolves the thinking in quantum mechanics, at least on a metaphorical parallel sort of correspondence level. And I mean, I do even think that it, some sense, if your psychology does not describe how an agent has the self determinism requisite to collapse the waveform, then your psychology is not a complete phenomenology. So I mean, I would measure myself up against that standard, but obviously I'd have to familiarize myself more with the field of quantum mechanics before I can continue to get off my hubristic high horse. But in any sense, I'll leave that pontification out as I have just stated it. But anyway, I have the hope that these things are reconcilable, and essentially, in terms of the commensurability of the complexity of my model in quantum mechanics, I do think that they are probably a good fit. Anyway, I'll just I'll just finish. Let me now finally finish this never-ending recording. But so what's my point? Yeah. So I guess I got to a slightly more rendered point of about talking about partitioning and talking about the need of the four. So I do think at the end of the day there are only 4 sides of the mind, and essentially when we repartition the 4 sides of the mind, then we actually get into the stabilization of Kegan stage 5, and actually that would make the subconscious independent of the cultural milieu and the cultural substrate as well, because in some sense then you can kind of, and this is interesting because actually this is who I was when I was 3 years old, when before I started trying to build my false ego complex. I do think that was the position that I was in. Obviously, with I didn't have the same. I mean, obviously, being a 3 year old and having limited experiences. I mean, I'll say this here, although I know it makes me sound like a complete lunatic. But I mean, when I was 3 years old, I was a very accomplished human being. I mean, I was part of planning and designing a very complicated revolution. I mean, I was talking to Nelson Mandela uh, in Parliament. I mean, when he was taken to Parliament, because I mean, I also met him at Robben Island, I think twice, but then I could not make. I would just get seasick. I mean, I was on the little motorboat or whatever. When I went to the prison there, I was. It was interesting because this even caused a problem in the history books even. because the idea was that they called me the warden's son. Um, but I think I've spoken to the warden's son about this, or I think I had a chance meeting with him, and where he admitted to me, or something like, or we had a conversation where, he never went to his father's work, or I think he told me that, but I mean, maybe I'm recoding that memory or something like that. But I mean, I remember, being taken to have the talks that I had with Nelson Mandela in the crafting and the planning and the transition process and things like that. And I mean, it required a lot of work. I mean, I had my arguments with Nelson Mandela, and to work through those. I mean, all the teething stages essentially of it. I mean, I was a 3-year-old boy talking to someone who was, had already had a hard life, but or not just a hard life, but who was an intellectual, and who had his own thoughts and opinions and things like that, and we discovered things together. I mean, anyway, but I I wonder, I've never actually read The Long Walk to Freedom, but I did remember I did remember roughly designing the plot of the movie when I was. This is a bit strange to go into all these kinds of strange details, but I mean, this was even when I was later on, when after the transition period. I mean, there were lots of small problems that were hard to navigate and things like that. The divorce. I mean, I helped navigate that very kind of tricky political, cultural sort of thing when Nelson Mandela was trying to divorce his wife, because their marriage had essentially already ended, because he was in prison for 20 years. So that effectively ended their marriage, and she moved on essentially, and that was problematic in African cultural terms, and so that was a bit tricky to kind of work out how to. Anyway, I mean, these are all weird sort of things, but it's not nice to talk about other people's private lives so much, and specifically hard when they also become sort of weird political, become weirdly politically significant and such. Um, anyway, the secret history of my country and the secret. Anyway, all these sorts of strange things that I might say, and I probably sound like a complete lunatic and a crackpot. But I do actually, there is evidence for this. I don't even know if the evidence still exists in South Africa, when I talk about the documentary evidence, because there is actually a piece of paper that is quite an important piece of paper that actually proves the claims that I've just made. Um, well, no, it doesn't prove those claims directly, but it would indirectly lead you to believe that I'm not lying about them, in that my name is somewhat on the original version of the Constitution. It's a hidden, and in some sense, you can't actually get a hold of that document anymore. You can't get it through the National Library system. It's kind of under lock and key. But there is a copy of that document in the American Congress and Library. Um, but essentially, the green paper or the white paper, the first official version of the South African Constitution, very clearly has my name encoded into it. Anyway, I mean, if I just get that document, if I just get that white paper or that green paper, whichever one comes first, I think it's the green paper. No, it's the white paper, I think. You see, I've forgotten that. But it's either the white paper or the green paper of the Constitution, of the interim Constitution. You get that in front of me, I can show you my fingerprints, and my name is completely. It's undeniable in some sense. Although in some sense you can always just say, well, that's indirect proof. That's indirect proof. Maybe that's just crazy coincidence or something like that. But I do have some evidence in my back pocket. I mean, in some sense, in some sense, it's the only proof of life that I have, is this weird evidence that's lost in the woodwork, and I've always wanted to go out and look for these things, maybe in order to reclaim some kind of clout, so that I can have some better way of moving forward on these things, which is always, well, at least now it's inconvenient for me. But some sense, I don't want to rely on my storied history. I'd rather not accept that kind of unquestioned clout or something like that. Anyway, this is me really rambling on and on and on. But I mean, I am very proud of the South African Constitution. I am very proud of the South African legal tradition. I do think it is the best in the world, although it stands betrayed. Anyway. I say all these things, but what was I going to say? I was going to say that I do think that there was something about that partition. I wonder if I had access to both sides of that partition, though, because probably I had a super ego and a subconscious that was very well formed in my pre false ego complex transition, which I did in order to affect my research into psychology, which even took a lot of preparation between 4 to 7, and then from 7 I activated. I wanted to get my ducks in a row to some degree. Then I activated my false ego complex as I was continuing to do some basic research. That's not usually how I used to say it. I guess what I used to say is from 7 to 10. From 7 I started my project, but from 10 my study of other people started. So I think it probably took me from 7 to 10 to enter my unconscious side of the mind, because it's only from the unconscious that you can start to develop. You do need a certain cocoon stage of just developing privately your subconscious, because without privately developing your subconscious, you don't have enough of an edifice with which to kind of try to export the good things of your subconscious into your unconscious, which obviously breaks the partition, which is, let's say, the natural partition that you get at the end of the story. But after you fall, you kind of have to re-glue that partition together, if you can even think of it. I mean, in some sense, I think that a lot of people, they go through lives and lives and lives, perhaps reincarnated or something like that, and so they're just going off of the last one to some degree. Or maybe they do develop a different false ego complex. They don't just continue the same false ego complex, recurring it, but in some sense they don't ever have that point of view in which they had the correct partition, because that only existed for them many thousands of years ago or something like that. In some sense that existed for a brief period before their cycling into life happened or something like that. But I don't want to wedge my whole narrative on reincarnation. I don't necessarily think that has to be the operative thing, but I mean, just as a speculative sort of conjecture. I mean, there are ways in which you probably unlock other people's spirits, which are perhaps dormant and waiting there, in terms of how you are part of an unconsciousness which spans the history of other people's spiritual operations and activities, and therefore their spirits can still be known in the residue that they've left behind, and in some sense in the memory, the living memory that is left behind. Which is almost something even in Islam you can see in how people talk about the Prophet, peace be upon him, in saying that they are preserving the spiritual operation. They are he, the heavenly afterlife. In some sense, in the Hindu scripture, there is this very clear idea, which is actually not stated as a fact, but it's one of the opening questions when Arjuna is talking to Krishna, and he says, "It is said by disciplic succession, by the disciples from disciplic succession, that those whose practices those ancestors whose practices have been broken surely are consigned uh, to be tormented in hell or something like that, or surely their ancestors then are sort of given over to I can't remember the exact wording. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it, but it's something like that. That if you break somebody's practices, then you are removing the heavenly condition you are removing integrity and dignity from them. You are saying, instead of saying peace be upon him, you are saying destruction and malevolence be upon him because his practices are being broken or something like that. So there's a sense in which essentially just the kind of actively having to work to keep the dignity of people that have lived and then died, to keep the dignity of those people alive, is a kind of is something that is very much part of the program of karma, is very much part of the structure of and in some sense it's a very kind of lowest common denominator way of respecting the spirit. It's a very kind of, in some sense, it's a way of respecting the spirit in which you have to kind of, well, they're not here to defend themselves, so don't speak ill of the dead. And therefore, if we can't speak ill of the dead, then we've got some limits of questions. We can't have people exploring, we can't have people creatively reevaluating or evaluating with fresh eyes, and with the idea that if you start reevaluating things, that you won't be able to redeem the spirit of those others, perhaps, that you will just end up exalting yourself at the expense of others. And that's a true worry to have. I would even say that that's a true concern, because that's all what I would put under the label of the 3.5 borderline gateway filter. And that, in some sense, is only properly understood when we understand justice, when we understand, in some sense, attaining towards an objective justification. But we know that we can only do so from the position of being relatively justified, and in a form of discourse in which we can only say that we believe that ourselves to be, that I myself is that for yourself you consider yourself to be relatively justified, or at least when when you don't think that you're relatively justified, that you don't know, that then we can attain towards a better understanding. But perhaps we can also tolerate those who think that they're more relatively justified, greater than I. Then we might hash it out, because one of us might be wrong, and perhaps we can co-chair. We can share the discourse. We can share the chairing of the discourse. We can mediate it with a good enough cultural requisite, sort of technology of commensurate, sort of spiritual brotherhood. And in some sense, a lot of the problems here is that we don't have the same good hope and the same good faith. We don't share the same hope that we're all going to make it, or we don't think, or we have a projection of a potential faith in which some people just can't, and or some people are predestined to lose the game or something like that. And in some sense, I don't want to make a hard commitment and say that I think my promise is that we can attain to everlasting life, and we can. And I do just think it's a question somewhat of time and effort in some sense, and in some sense the commitment to sort of to make that time and to make that effort. Um, I do think that there's yeah. So I mean, it's weird because you don't want to just create a kind of mindless, endless positive propaganda or rhetoric, because it does actually require actual work, and it does require understanding what the contents of those tasks are, and how to kind of integrate them and synthesize them into a kind of collaborative project, something that might be called a church, or might be called a communion, or might be called um, some kind of project of a single faith. Attaining towards a single faith, I think, is almost a requisite. That if you don't have that requisite, then you're going to end up creating a very latently violent and latently malevolent sort of fracturedness in some sense, that the kind of metafluidity does require in one of its requisites the idea that, that it's not this impermanent sort of relative sense of betterment or something like that, that there is actually a kind of a canonical objective morality that perhaps has a participatory kind of alchemy about it. But in some sense, I think that this can be more specific. You see, already I'm trying to create a summary, an aggregation in a kind of metaphysical cap on the whole thing. But I think that if you just understand the subcomponents well enough, then it gets through this. But it does take quite a lot of time to get through the subcomponents. The subcomponents themselves are distinct, are peculiar in how they kind of all fit together. But so the structure, this is why I think having low resolution maps of meaning are necessary. Why you need mystery to unlock the truth and the secrets, as it were, because it's like there's the crucifixion, there is the Trinity, there are all these sorts of things that are the blood and the water, and the flesh, and all these sorts of things, and the spirit. And that's a pretty good low resolution map, because if you know the basic structure of the story, then you can say, okay, well, now we're talking about the crucifixion, we're not talking about the Trinity, or we're talking about a little bit of this and a little bit of that, because there are lots of different facets, there are lots of different aspects of the metaphysic that you don't have the patience, you don't have the attention span to absorb it all in a serial dissemination of 50 hours. You won't know what you're following unless you can break it up into subcomponents. And that is the importance of mystery. So the mystery of the crucifixion, the mystery of the Trinity, the mystery of the different elements that are spoken of, the doctrinal language. What does the flesh mean? What does the blood mean? What does the water mean? What is the light in Genesis? So, and when these things all come through together, then you kind of have so in some sense, this would be in my cognitive functional terms. I've got these 17 cognitive functions. One of the cognitive functions is the water. And so when you understand in Genesis that the water is divided from the waters from the waters, you're understanding something about the nature of introverted sensing on the fourth dimension of psychological reality, on the fourth step of the pyramid. It's a very kind of important dimension. And then, anyway, I don't even know how to name all the elements of all the different things. I do have sort of little names for each of the dimensions. The fourth dimension I call moderation. That's my one-word title for the fourth dimension, for introverted sensing of that kind. The other introverted sensing is the 15th dimension of psychological reality, which I call the evangelist, which I also call exuberance, which takes the long form of what things are. It takes the prepositional formulae of what things are. So to know what is it? What is something? It's a very esoteric thing, what things are. In some sense, it is also connected, to Malkuth in the Kabbalah, in the Tree of Life, the kingdom. What things are is the manifestation of the kingdom of God in some sense. So a lot of this is kind of like a Kabbalah. in some sense, or it's the map of the earth and the heavens. It is in the ancient Shinto religion they spoke of 8 spheres of earth and 9 spheres of heaven. 8 plus 9 equals 17, and they even had this on the Shinto monks' ceremonial dresses. They have the 13 circles, which is the 13 circles that I use, and they themselves don't even perhaps know what the 13 circles exactly mean. But the only way to get 8 spheres of earth and 9 spheres of heaven out of the 13 circles is to place a cross over the 13 circles. And when you place a cross over the 13 circles, you end up you can either go through all the circles. Every time you go through each arm, you always count the middle. So the middle counts for both the cross and outside the cross. And if you do that, you end up creating 17 out of 13, because you end up counting the middle 5 times. You go through the middle 5 times. And that can also be how you position essentially the 8 spheres of earth and 9 spheres of heaven. Although I'm probably it's a bit hard, it's a bit tricky to verbalize that sequence. But anyway, and in some sense, when you putting the cross over the 13 circles, you could also say, well, maybe that's the sword in the stone. Maybe that's the King Arthur, a sword in the stone. Whoever will take the sword from the stone will be a sovereign. And which perhaps I can archetypally link that to the Jungian prophecy. Um, so, there are all these correspondences. It's been all over the place, perhaps. I mean, there was a civilization on this planet 100,000 years ago, or the Olmec civilization, which was a world civilization. I mean, we know for a fact that a lot of things have happened on this planet. The Sahara Desert is a nuclear desert. It has nuclear glass under it. And we know that the cuneiform writing that you see in the Middle East is cuneiform writing that you can see in South America in certain museums, although some of these things are locked away. But the Olmec civilization, they had reed boats. They were a world civilization. So, I mean, you can see the Tree of Life in South America, and you see the 13 circles in the Shinto, in the ancient Shinto religion that was somewhat swallowed up by Buddhism. So it's very, very interesting that in some sense I think we've been here all before. I wonder. Perhaps it was before the flood, before Noah's flood in some sense. Anyway, what do they say? There are greater things in heaven and earth that are dreamt of in your philosophy. Anyway, it's not that useful to say, oh, okay, well, always have your eyes open in awe of everything else. No, I mean, I do think we have to turn this human tragedy of history into a comedy, into which we are responsible for our own fate, because we have a justified understanding, and we're working towards synthesis and integration and reconciliation under the single fatherhood of a single God, of a single God of our spirit, that there is one Father and we all share lineage through Adam. There's a single humanity in some sense, and in all the disparateness of it, each has been specializing in a particular kind of fruitfulness, that we could now be at a stage in history where we can have a grand synthesis and integration, so that we can have real justice, um, as a way in which we can be all of us evolved as a culture, as a society, in some sense. Anyway, I mean, I guess perhaps this is very vague and nebulous propaganda, which is perhaps very dangerous. So let me just stop talking. Anyway, that's roughly my dream. That's roughly my vision. That in principle, if we can get the notion of justice hashed out, then we at least have a framework within which that essentially we can only improve and go up, because if someone is intelligent enough and they can essentially refine something by using the court system, that there's no governmental prerogative, fiat, or mandate that cannot be brought to book under the rule of law, or obviously not just government, but also other sort of private. I mean, essentially, all private individuals and private companies have always generally known that they should be under the thumb of the moral law of the land, or of the law of the land. But in some sense, the problem is that the law of the land in many municipal systems is not stable. The law itself is fundamentally is a concoction, is essentially an invention of just of the rule of, it is just another manifestation of the rule of man, and then it just kind of always slinks away from its own self in terms of actually precipitating the rule of man. The rule of man, sorry, precipitating it slinks away from precipitating the rule of law, and so we end up with this false authority that says that it has the rule of law, but it doesn't have the rule of law. And so I do think that if we cannot agree on a system of justice, or even if we, I don't think that we all have to agree, but at least the people that are right about justice need to be able to have a structure of justice that does in fact govern, that is part of the system of government. That if you have a suboptimal system of justice, it's not justifiable. It's not justifiable. We need to get this right. If we don't get this right, then all manner of mayhem, all manner of false authority will just get a blank check to continue its manipulation, to continue whatever havoc it may continue to wreak. And in some sense, yes, just having a correct system of justice does not mean that every evil will come to an end. But I think within that context, the evil that does persist will be more and more encroached upon through the natural way in which those types of evils need to be dissipated, which is by persuasion. You cannot expect to enforce a better way of doing things when someone does have the right to choose their own path for them. In some sense, you can only bring the law down to bear against them when essentially there's a kind of when there's an unjustified imposition on somebody else, in some sense, that wants their rights enforced, or at least wants the infringement. But there's a very interesting concept, for instance, that exists in the South African legal tradition, which I don't believe exists in the American system, I'm somewhat talking beyond my knowledge. I might be wrong about this, but the action for unjustified enrichment does not exist, as far as I know it, probably in very many states. And which is a very sort of strange thing to think about, because then you can just say, well, possession is 9/10 of the law. Which is again why this identity politics is such an evil scourge, because if you're essentially going to malign a whole category of people and say that as a category they have been unjustifiedly enriched, prove your fucking case against individuals in the particular. Otherwise, that's not justice, that's just disgusting racialist propaganda. But anyway, sorry, I'm moving all over the place, but you see how essentially you can abuse principles, you can abuse notions always, without enough stricture within the justice system, without enough carefulness and seriousness. Justice does require a certain level of care, a certain level of anyway, and that is something of the cost of living, or the weight of living, that we must actually make ourselves available to sort of. Anyway, I'm just going on and on and on. I'm just going to stop this now. Wow, this is going to be like a 4 hour recording.